Coding interviews. Let's get it. Lead code, beast mode. Let me run that song. And we're gonna get straight into the. We gotta start every stream off like this.
This is not my main thing, really I'm a coder. Coffee stains in the chains, I am such a loner. San Francisco places got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Nico, beast mode, 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 Nico, beast mode. This is not a main thing, really I'm a coder. Coffee stains in the chains, I'm such a loner. San Francisco paces got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Nico, beast mode, 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 Nico, beast mode.
Alright, let's get it. Coding interviews. Wait, how do I get this? Let's go. What's up? Google Meets. What's LC3547? Let me check it. That's a hard question. What do you mean? Start a meeting. We got our first guest on. Yo, Octonaut. What's good? Octonaut was good.
Yo, hello.
What's up? What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing alright. How about yourself?
I'm ready to get these coding interviews on.
Yeah.
Where are you based? How's it 11 for you?
I'm in London.
Oh, you're London. I'm about to be in London soon. I'm going
That'd be sick. Yeah.
around July 8th.
Yeah, that's a good time. The weather is really nice as well.
See you less. What do you recommend to go there? To do there?
I would say like do the touristy spots first, maybe in one day,
Uh-huh.
because it's pretty centralized, and like the metro or tube is quite good, and I think also just hitting up food spots would be really good because there's quite a lot of good restaurants around and they're quite in the central zone.
I'm staying near like Soho.
Oh yeah, that's a very centralized area. Yeah, there's
Nice.
Chinatown and there's quite a lot of
Or
stick pubs
Brickwater or
and
something like
clubs.
that. Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Brickwater or something like that. I think you know. Let's go. Yeah, I already started. How's the audio by the way?
Yeah, it's all good.
Even on the stream? Yo, stream, what's up? Alright, I'm gonna send this. Stream, how's the audio?
Okay.
Sick, sick, sick. Alright. What school do you go to out there?
I went to like I went to Bristol.
Okay.
And I went to the UK for uni, yeah.
Nice, nice. Are you from the UK or are you American?
No, I went to the American school here.
Okay, okay. So I don't hear
Yeah.
the accent.
Yeah, yeah, so I did the APs and SATs.
Alright, okay, I'm gonna start this up. Hey everyone, so today I have my friend from London joining us from the UK, and we're about to go through a coding interview like usual you see on this channel. So, could you quickly give a quick background on yourself? Maybe what companies you're aiming for, what school you went to, how many lead code questions you've solved?
Yeah, sure. So, I went to like a top 10 CS school in the UK. I currently at a Fortune 500 company, just 8 months in, and the companies I'm aiming at are um, have an on-site coming up with Yelp and another one with Spotify. So just big tech
Nice,
companies in general.
nice. How many lead code questions have you solved?
Um, like I would say maybe 120-ish, following just the code roadmap and just some company tag questions. I just started coding more seriously like a couple of months ago.
Okay, alright. So if you see here, we have a interactive code editor. Have you used CoderPad before?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, this is what they typically use at different companies. Every company has their own version of this, but this is very similar. So in this interview, we're gonna prioritize working code. Yeah. What language do you prefer to code in?
Python would be good.
Okay, and then chat's asking if you graduated already.
Yeah, I graduated. I started like my new grad role last September.
Nice. So you're just fresh grad.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, cool. All right, let's get into this then. Are you on the stream? If you are, like, hop off because I'm gonna be looking for
Oh, no, 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 I'm
questions.
not
All
on.
right, nice, sounds good. So, I'm gonna be giving you the first question.
Hmm.
I don't know if you're familiar with Sudoku, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna be given a grid, and we essentially just need to return true if the grid is a valid Sudoku board, false otherwise. And these are the rules for what a valid Sudoku board is.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. Let me just read through the question a little bit. Okay, I see. Okay. So, mm, so do we need to worry about it ever expanding more than 9 by 9 or just keep it at that?
Just keep it at that.
Okay, all right, sounds good. And each row must contain the digits 1 to 9. Each column contains the digits 1 to 9. Okay. So I think my initial first thought would be maybe using something like maybe like a set to maintain the columns and rows to basically just mark down um, specific like coordinates on the grid that either that's through the 1 to 9 digit, and that could also let us know within, I guess, a specific grid area, um, what has been filled and what hasn't. and then we could maybe just run a check uh through each grid. If it has something, we add it into the set, and then um I guess we could also check. Okay, so we don't need to fill it in. We just need to return if the board is valid or not, right?
Yeah, we just need to say true or false. We're gonna be given a board, and I'll post in some
Mm-hmm.
examples right now.
Okay.
So this is example one. So we're
Mm-hmm.
gonna be given this board. This is gonna be true, but then I'll show you one that's false.
Okay. Mhm. Okay, I see. Okay.
Have you seen Sudoku before?
Yeah. I've yeah.
It looks a little
It,
bit weird
like
with the board like this, but like
yeah. To my knowledge, it's basically like this 3 by 3 is like one grid, right? And then
yeah.
this one. Okay.
So each of the nine's 3 by 3 grids. So this
Mm-hmm.
one, if this one had an 8 in there, it'd be false because there's two eights in this subgrid.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I think I also okay, judging by that, I think we also need to um potentially have a way to track these 3 by 3 grids as well. Because yeah, it says that these 3 by 3 grids must not contain a duplicate. So in addition to like storing all the column and rows, we should also store the 3 by 3 grid area, um, potentially in a set as well, just so we can also track whether there's like a duplicate in that grid. Um, I think like a brief, like to be candid, I briefly remember this question on the neat code, but then I think there's some like way to store and access these grids, right? Like, um, maybe we could get to that a bit later on.
Sure.
But
So what
yeah.
you're thinking of using a set to track the
Mm.
calls and like why a set again?
Just because we don't want duplicates, or at least, sorry, we want to track these rows and sets and have this whole column, or sorry, have this whole row be different numbers. And because I think that's like the rule of Sudoku, where you want to have these grids be different numbers, each have different numbers, and each column be a different number as well. And I guess a set allows us to track that because once you add it into a set, if 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 let's say this one is another 3, and since we've already added this in the set and we see here, we can just immediately return false because this is not a valid Sudoku board.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a set for the columns and the rows, and then how are we gonna
Mm-hmm.
handle the 3 by 3 subgrids,
Mm,
subboxes?
yeah. Um, trying to jog my I think we like do we divide it by 3 and then we just keep track of the grids and possibly insert the coordinates um where we locate like each grid as um like maybe this 3 by 3 grid is a like 0 and this is 1, this is 2.
And then
Same with here as well, where um okay, this is like this grid is 0, this grid is 1, this grid is 2. And we can when we call like 0 to 2, we look at this grid of 3 by 3 and somehow be able to access that information and then look at um the coordinates in that specific grid.
Okay.
to check whether, yeah.
But how are we going to like split the grid into these indices you're talking about?
Yeah, I think that kind of goes back to what I was asking, I guess, in the beginning, like something to maybe do with like dividing, where we need to divide um like a specific coordinate possibly to get access to these grids. We like going on a hunch, but maybe we could like divide it by three to be able to access these this grid.
Okay, so if I
Yeah.
randomly index this, what should it return?
Mm. Like if we're accessing that grid.
That this element right here that I'm highlighting,
Yeah.
what should it return?
Like in terms of columns or rows, or in terms of this 3 by 3 grid.
In the 3 by 3, like you said, it's gonna
Okay.
return something. What should it
Yeah.
return?
I think that should return like a one and a zero, because then that would mean we're accessing this 3 by 3 grid. And I guess um it's some maybe we could do uh like the the column divided by three and then the row divided by three as well, because that gives the column and row of that specific grid. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Try
It'll
it out
give
on a
us.
few random examples here and make sure it's returning the right thing.
Okay, sure. So let's say we have this, um, or let's get it easier. Let's say we're looking at number six, and the column would be two, sorry, one, and the index would be.
Oh no, this should be one. These first three should be one. These next three should be. I think you messed up here. It should be like this.
Oh, like for the indexing, like this should be one and two.
Oh no, like this is zero. Then one starts here.
Oh yeah,
Two
yeah. My
starts here.
bad, my bad.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
off by one there.
yeah. So let's say we were getting this, then that'll be the second column, and so I guess something would be like this, and then the rows would be it'll be like 6 and I2, and that is equals to 0, 3. Sorry, 0, 2. I think that works out, and we can access that grid. Yeah. Mm, I think yeah.
What row is this? Okay, what you're
0,
saying.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah,
This is
6.
one.
And then oh yeah, sorry, the column would be 1. And this would be 0, 2. So that means we would have access to this grid. So like say another number like this, or here, this coordinate. Let's put an X here. We would do like second row, and this would still be 0, 2, so we're still able to access. Let's say this one then. That would be third column and sixth row, and that would give us 1 and 1, 2. So yeah, I guess kind of logic checks out where we're able to use. Yeah, I think that should be all right.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and implement.
Okay, sure. So yeah, we have the function, and then I think we take in board, which is like a list of strings, and so like we discussed, we need a column set. Yeah, we just need a column set of actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think just using a set would make sense, because we want to track each coordinates, and just using a set purely on the columns, they will have repeated columns. Like, so yeah, that won't check out. Maybe we could potentially use another data structure.
What
We
did you say?
could,
Sorry, I missed that.
yeah. So I think just using a set won't make sense, because if we're just tracking the columns here, if there's like another 5 here, then it would just exit early. But then each individual column is its individual like container in a sense.
Yep.
So just using like a pure set wouldn't make sense. Maybe we could potentially use like we could maybe use like maybe like a hash map of sets where the key could be like the specific like let's say this is column hash map, right? This could be like the key could be like like that column that and then that column would have its own corresponding, sorry, let's just say row. That row will have its corresponding set that contains whatever is in it. Yeah. I think that might be a better approach.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and implement
Okay.
that.
Okay. And for this, I'll use like a default dict. We need to import this. Import collections. Okay. And we would need one for rows as well. And we'll also need one for the 3x3 grid. I guess I could call it this. Okay, sound. Now we have our grids. Oh, let's spell this wrong. Yeah, we need to iterate through the entire board, and since this board is a 9x9 and we know that requirement won't change, we can do something like this, where we just iterate through it. And essentially, since we also don't need to fill these in, once we hit a dot, I think we should just go to the next iteration. So, but then once we hit like a digit, then we would add it into our set. And if it's seen in the set already, then we just return false, because that won't make like a valid board. So yeah, so something like if board, if these coordinates equals to like period, then we just continue. If not, I think earlier I kind of briefly touched upon where if the number has been seen already, then we just exit. I think we can add like a check here as well. So like if the board, that coordinate is, if the board coordinate in columns or the board coordinate is in rows, or the coordinate itself had been seen in the grid, then we'll just return false. And with this grid, I think with the calculations, yeah, we just do divide by 3. And then we can get the okay. Yeah. Okay. Actually, wait, no. This is not the right thing. I don't think this is right. Because we want to look at the grid here. So yeah, there has to be something here where we say like because we're also storing the coordinates itself, the grid coordinates in the grid. We're storing that as like a tuple. We'll do like here. Yeah. Okay. And I think we also need to look at the specific rows of these coordinates because we're looking at the key of it. Something like here, and the columns would be this. Okay. So that means that if these cases are true, then we would add that specific coordinate into our sets.
Sure.
Okay, sweet. So it'll be
Sounds good.
rows var add a specific coordinate, and that would be board of R C. It would be add board R C as well. And for the grid or 3x3, we'll be adding that as like we'll be adding the board into the key that is the tuple here to basically look at. So basically we get this 3x3 grid in itself. So yeah. Okay. And if all this is true, then we just return true towards the end. Yeah. I don't see any other things that we need to check, but I guess we could run through like just checking everything there's no bugs or glaring issues. But potentially we could run through like just a try case.
Yeah, let's run it
Try
through.
run
Let's
through
run
a
it through a dry run it through a couple cases,
Sure. Okay.
or just run
should
it
we do
against
this
the
one?
test cases that we have and see if it's working.
Okay, sure. Okay, let me remove this. Yeah, but in a real interview, if we do get questions like these, like, are we expected to dry run through each like the whole thing?
No, this one is a little bit long, so just
Yeah.
run it on the test cases right now and make sure it's returning the right result.
Okay. Okay, I don't know if that is accurate. Try.
That one should return
Okay.
true.
Oh, right, yeah, I put these X's. Alright, sweet.
Still returning the wrong result.
Okay. Okay.
What are you thinking?
Let me see. Did we alter the board before, or was adding like the axis just the only thing we did? No, that should. Yeah. Okay. I think. Okay, let's walk through this code from the beginning, I guess. So we have these sets, and we're iterating through every coordinate in the board. If we hit a like an empty space, then we just continue. If not, we check whether or not it's in the sets.
Yeah.
If it's already is, then we just return false. If not, then we just add it into the Okay. Okay. I think. Okay. Yeah. So we add the correct row into the hash map with and then we have the columns, and then okay. I think that was the bug. Yeah. Okay. Let me run that.
Cool. So.
Okay.
So we're gonna take this question a step further. So right now we can validate it. The next part of the question is writing a function that solves it.
Okay.
So 46, 47.
Okay.
Yep. So I want you to
So
just fill out this Sudoku board and just solve the Sudoku board
okay.
now.
Okay. Okay, now we have these sets. If we hit these periods, or that would also mean we need to look through. That would mean we need to look through the grid and each and the column and the row of this specific period and then fill the number in. But I think, okay, would would that mean we would need to somehow keep track of the numbers that has been used in the column and rows and the grid itself? But then that would mean we store it in the set already. Okay. Um, okay, so I think my first intuition is to kind of look at what we have stored already and how we can modify this to add a specific number in. So we need to somehow potentially check what number is stored here, or what number could be stored here. Okay.
So pretty much, yeah, I updated your function to be called verify board because after we write the function to solve the board, we'll verify that it's actually like a valid board.
Mm-hmm.
But so you're thinking like, okay, we get to dot here. What you're thinking like, what do we place there on the dot?
Mm-hmm.
What should we place there? Like your
Mm,
intuition.
like I think it would be possible. We would possibly need to try all the options, and then um. So let's say we try a number like 2, and then once we try that number, we could potentially try other numbers. So like we could fill this in with like 3 or 1, and if it's not 1, then we would need to like backtrack
Okay.
and to basically fill in the rest of the board, but in a way where we try all the options that is available to us. So that's not the same number in the same row or the same number in the same grid. And then we would then need to basically kind of build like I guess a like a decision tree in a way where we just try a bunch of these options and then we um yeah, that again I think yeah, that would require um like potentially doing like a recursive call or like I guess something like a DFS to explore
I mean,
all
you're
the
going down
options.
sort of the right direction when you mentioned doing a
Mm-hmm.
backtracking algorithm. Like,
Mm-hmm.
how would you implement that backtracking algorithm?
Yeah. Okay. Um. Okay. I guess I haven't I yeah I haven't done the backtracking mod like thing on the neat code, but I'll just spitball and try and come up with that. Um. Do you think I could potentially maybe write like pseudocode
Yeah, you can write some pseudocode. Like let's work through. Let's see where we can get. We have about 15 minutes left
Okay,
on the
sure.
coding portion.
Okay, sounds good. So I think like the like it would be something like here where we run through like all the options where we do some I guess we could rename this like backtrack, and I think we pass in the coordinates, and we also pass in um actually we don't need to pass in all the visited sets because we have mm,
So are you familiar with what a backtracking algorithm is?
uh yeah, so I think it basically explores options that um that fulfills like a certain condition, and if it doesn't fulfill, then it goes back up to like the first option it tries, and it continues exploring possible options like
Mm-hmm.
that to where it finds like a suitable solution that fulfills that specific like uh and then it will just keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's like the general of what I understand of it. Um, no, yeah, okay, maybe we could just write some. So something would be like backtrack, um, and then I think there could possibly also, so we need to like first we need to look at like what available option like numbers we can use for that like that coordinate, and then um that for that coordinate.
Okay. Let's pivot from this question then.
Okay.
I'll give you let me see. Because if you haven't done backtracking, it's not as helpful here.
Okay.
So I'm gonna delete this first question.
Mm-hmm.
So this is our second question here. So we're given
Mm-hmm.
n rooms labeled from 0 to n minus 1, and all the rooms are locked except for room 0. So you start at room 0. Your goal is to visit all of the rooms. However, you cannot enter a locked room without having its key. Every time you visit a room, you're going to get access to a distinct set of keys, and each key sort of has a number on it telling you which doors you can unlock now if you visit that room.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll show you what the input and output looks like, or I'll just post in the examples.
Okay. Okay.
I'll let you go ahead and read that.
Okay. We then visit room 1, pick up key 2, and then we visit room 2 to pick up key 3 since we're able to visit our room. Okay. So when we visit room 0, we pick up keys 1 and 3. And then with the key 1, we can visit this room. And with that, we pick up keys 3, 0, and 1. However, we can't visit room 2. So that means, oh, okay, I see. Okay. Okay, so in each room, there are multiple keys as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And we need to find a way to store or to keep track of the keys we have
Yeah.
and to visit the rooms for each key. Okay. Okay. I think um I guess a question I have is what does like zero mean in this context? Would that oh okay, you get to visit the zero room. Okay.
Yep, you start on, for example, we start on room zero here. At
Mm-hmm.
room zero, we pick up key one. That means we could access key one or room one. So if these are the rooms, so we're given an array of rooms 0, 1, 2, 3. So
Mm-hmm.
when we visit room 0, we have access to key 1 or room 1. Then we go to room 1, we get access to key or room 2. Then we get access to room 3, and now we visit all rooms. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. So okay, so in order to re to return true, we need a way to track, I guess, of like which rooms we visited. Um, okay. That would also mean we need a way to keep track of like the keys we currently have and to visit the rooms and to pick up any additional keys. And so I guess this is kind of like deciding whether or not like there's a cycle, essentially. Like,
Why would it matter if there's a cycle or not?
um, because if there is like a cycle, then potentially that would mean we can't visit any other rooms. Because I guess for this example, we have the zeroth room, we pick up the first and third key, and then we go to the third room here, and we pick up the zero key, and then we try the first room here. We pick up the third, zeroth, and first key. That would mean that I guess that would kind of showcase that there's a cycle where we won't be able to visit the
Okay,
second
let's look at it.
room.
Let's look at example one. If I
Okay.
said 1, 1, and 3 here, it's still true.
Mm. Yeah. Okay.
So why is it still true?
Yeah, because we're still able to visit all the rooms available.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind then. Um. Okay. I think. Okay. So I think I guess my first approach would be something like where we need a way to keep track of the rooms visited. So I guess we could have a variable that keeps track of that, and we also need like a like some way to keep track of the keys that we currently have. Um, and with that, we would need to use that to explore the other rooms. Right. Okay. And um, I'm kind of thinking about how we could. So once we explore a room, does that mean we use up that key? Wait, let me read the question again. Make sure and you can take them all. Does it matter if we use up the key or not? So if we say we go to room one or room three, like this let's say this key is in our keys we have, like and we
If we
visit
do
rooms.
use up the key, do we ever need
Mm-hmm.
to use it again?
I
Like
don't no, I don't think so.
pretend we visit room 3 and then we collect the keys in
Mm-hmm.
room 3. So do
Mm-hmm.
we ever need to go back to room 3?
No,
Like what will we get out of
because
going back to room 3 again?
yeah. So I guess yeah, we do use up a key when we visit the rooms. Okay. Um, okay. I guess I guess my initial thought would maybe to have these variables to keep track, and as well as potentially have a way to to map specific keys to map specific rooms, so we're able to go to the room pretty efficiently. Because I'm thinking about maybe like just like traversing this linearly, and then I'm getting stuck on how we can, yeah. Mm,
Okay, wait, I'm getting confused. Like, what's sort of your first algorithm here? Like, how would you do this? Maybe it doesn't have to be
yeah,
an efficient way so far,
yeah.
but like, let's just walk through
So
example one.
yeah, so I guess for number one, we would go through here, like go through the first index, sorry, pick up that key, and then we would have like key one here, um and with this key, then we can go to room zero, room one, and we go to this room, and that would mean we will mark the number one room as visited. And let's say we use up that key, and then we will pick up key two, and we would go into this room and use the key two, put number two in visited, pick up key one and three, and since we've already visited one, um, I guess we don't have to go back. And since we have room three, we use that key and we visited room three. I think also, yeah, um, I think we also assume that room zero is always the first room that we visit.
Yep.
Um, but looking at it, I think uh like traversing it linearly doesn't make sense because we first need the key in order to get into a room. So, mm,
I mean,
potentially we
your
could,
algorithm is making sense,
yeah,
or your algorithm is making sense.
yeah,
So, like, how'd you? It's just more about like implementation detail now at this point.
yeah, okay. Um, okay, so I guess we could do like def. This would be like a rooms object. I think, okay, so we have a rooms visited set, and we have a keys and that would be like, I guess, mm, let's just have it as a list for now. So once we first visit, so I guess, okay, so I guess the first move would be first to visit the first room. So that would be something like where so I guess rooms dot visit it dot add. We add the first room, and that would be rooms. Yeah, something like this. And we grab the keys that we have in that room, and I guess we can, and into, I guess we could do for items in rooms zero. Keys have append item, and we would append the keys into here, yeah. And then with that, we could potentially like maybe keys have, while keys have, because if we append a key into this list and we don't have anything in it, then we just return false. So yeah, I think that'll be good. So while keys have, um, I think we would need to use that key to visit the second the room. So we could do something like key use equals to keys have pop and pop that out, and then we would need to use that to enter into this room. So I guess something like rooms he used. So we enter this room, and that would also mean we need to add the keys into the keys have and mark that room as visited. So yeah, okay. Use and maybe I guess we do like rooms visited add. We add this into here, and we need to grab the keys in this room. So I guess for items in rooms, key use, keys.
For this coding part, we have like a few minutes left.
Okay, all right. Okay, I think I see kind of I guess oh yeah, right. So we also need to have a check here to check if the room has been visited. So essentially like if rooms key use if the key use is in rooms, right? Key no. Key yeah. Key use and visited, then we I guess we like break out of this. So we could do like if keys used not here, then we add all of these in. If not, then we like exit somehow. Or like we continue this loop without adding it and appending the keys into the keys have. Sorry. Yeah. I don't like so I feel like this is glaringly wrong, but
it's close, but there's just implementation details there. Like there's just the implementation's a bit off. Like, so we're grabbing the rooms visited, we're adding. So what does this do? Does this return what does room visited look after this? It might be right, we'll see. Let's just debug this quick. Okay, it's already complaining. Line 33, this is unhashable. Like room 0 is unhashable.
Oh. Okay. I guess we could maybe like first room 0.
So basically we instead of doing room 0 here, we need to loop through the rooms there.
Oh. We can't just so we can't because it's a list. It's a list.
And we're trying to add the list to the set.
Yeah. So I guess we can grab that by like for room in room 0. We need to like rooms visited. But then I'm also like, oh, because this is a key and we want the index. Okay, I see. Okay. But then we only want to add the first index in here. I guess could we just do this where we just add 0 and it just represents the room index that we visited? Yeah. Let's see if this is happy. 1, 2. Keys and rooms visited. Okay. Okay, I see. So that means we need to.
Okay, I think we have to end it here because I have to move on to the next candidate. Like,
Okay,
how do
all
you think
good.
you did?
I think I did pretty shit. I think I did all right. I think at least with this problem, I explained my intuition a bit, but I think I'm just lacking in implementation. Maybe that just comes with doing more problems.
Yeah, I would say the first. What was the first question I asked you? Oh, the valid Sudoku. So I
Yeah.
think that went well. Your code was really good and clean, and you were able to implement it and catch that very subtle bug, which was good.
Mm,
And then I asked you to extend it
mm,
to actually solve the Sudoku board. I think that's a
mm,
classic like backtracking algorithm question. So I think
mm,
you just need to expose yourself to more of the backtracking and DFS algorithms. This one, even you were able to
mm,
figure out your solution is in the right direction. You just didn't implement it correctly. Like you could
mm.
probably implement this correctly if you just do, yeah, the room visited here, and then keys have. Oh yeah, this works now. Like you're looping through the items and keys have and while keys have. Do
Mm.
keys pop? If keys not in rooms visited dot add.
Yeah, just was complaining. I think it's because of the same.
Yeah, you just have to loop through this. Like you're close. Like or all you need to do is like loop through this and add it to same thing here. So for items in something like this.
Mm.
So like if you visit that, something like that. Like you're getting really close.
Mm.
Okay, now you add it here, and then if you just do rooms not visited done.
Yeah. I think I'm also missing just some implication on like returning true or false.
Yeah, but you're really close. Honestly, you just need more practice.
Yeah.
You just need more practice, and you'll just get it quicker. Honestly, but yeah, overall, like you understand the Python language well. You're able to pull a default dict. So I'm not, and your code was clean. You're able to figure out where the issues are. I don't think you're gonna have problems coding. It's more just getting your reps in with all the different common patterns. So
Mm.
DFS and backtracking are very common. So I'd make sure to just master that before you
Mhm.
actually do your interviews.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, cool. Thanks for taking the time out. Pretty good
Yeah, of
job
course.
though. Cool. All right,
Yeah.
catch you later.
Thank you.
See ya.
Yeah, you as well. Bye.
Yo, Alpha, I'll send you the link. Give me a sec. Yo, Alpha, what's good? Yo, long time, long time. How you been?
Pretty good.
Just grinding.
Yeah,
Okay, on Java now.
Java.
Alright, I got a question ready for you. James, when did you get your first internship? In my second year uni. Let me see. You got access to the coder pad, right? I sent it to you on.
Yeah. Oh, 1 second. All right. Yeah.
Okay, wait. Give me a second. Let me grab some water.
Sure.
Alpha, let's get it. Been a
We can-
minute.
If you want, and I can
wow.
do Java if that works as well.
Yeah, switch it to Java. Switch it to Java. Or whatever. We're going to do an object-oriented programming.
All right. Let's go. Let's see how it goes. I've been struggling. A lot of syntax.
With what, Java? Why are you specifically using Java, though? Why not just use Python for, like, object-oriented?
I'm trying to learn more compile languages and things that let you do a little bit more, like Python does a lot of stuff under the hood, so I'm trying to learn like how that stuff works, kind of. In Java, you gotta like add all that. So, plus Java kind of forces object-oriented. Like Python, it's like mostly people don't do it. So yeah, just something new, I guess. Why not?
All right. I prepared you a question.
Sure.
I'm gonna start this up.
All right.
You ready? Right away, or
Yeah.
need some water?
I'm good.
Skew, damn, you're Skew, where are you based? Okay, I'm gonna start this up. Are you gonna record on your side too?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, I'm gonna start it now.
Okay.
Hey everyone, so today I have my friend Alpha again, and today we're gonna be doing an object-oriented programming coding interview. So we're gonna try to focus on object-oriented principles, and yeah, this is gonna be less algorithmic heavy, but more focused on OOP essentially. So let's get into this.
All right.
So what we're gonna be designing, and this doesn't need to actually push notifications, but we want to design a system to model notifications that can be sent to users. So we want to first support 3 notifications: emails, SMS, and push notifications. And yeah, we should just have some of the following requirements.
Okay. All right, so I'm thinking we can do one of two things, I guess. We can make we should definitely make like a base notification class or interface or something to have all the like things we want there. So it looks like all of these have like a, let's see, recipient, common properties, system specific properties. Okay,
Let's say for now that the common thing is just a recipient. That's a common one.
Okay.
And then the like emails have email body, text have SMS message, and push notifications have like a title and a body. So those are what are different in between those types. But we'll just have a comment of like recipient and maybe a date sent or something.
Okay, sure. And then yeah, so we can make like a class for that, just like a abstract class for like the common notification or base notification or something, and then it can have the recipient. We can also make so I guess what type of things are we supporting? So we're supporting like send notification essentially, right? Like when we make this class, we fill in all these things, and then like the only function we're supporting is like send notification or something like that.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, so what we can do is we can have like an abstract class. I don't know if can you make, I know you can, like in the React thing, can you make different files in here?
We can't just do it all in one class or all in just right here.
Yeah, I don't know how it works in one. We'll try it. Yeah. So I think we can. Yeah, we kind of
just do like class up here.
Yeah. So I think we need. Yeah. So I think we need like an abstract class or something, because we're essentially not going to make this. I don't know if it lets you make it in here. And the abstract class, what it does is it's kind of like an interface. We're not going to like ever instantiate it, but it's going to have all the base things that we're going to have everywhere else. And then we can make all these other ones that extend this thing. And so the abstract class, yeah, I guess we can call this like base notification. Can have some fields. And so let's see. So we want a recipient, right? So I guess we'll just maybe we'll just have like a name or something, or whatever. We'll just have recipient. It'll just be a string or something. Recipient. Okay, and then we need a constructor, I guess. So it also has, it looks like it also has this date sent, right? I guess I'll do the date sent later. I'll just do recipient for now. So we need a constructor that will take this, like, you can call this base notification. So we can just say like public is notification. Yeah. Pretty rusty at Java, so let's see how it goes. So we're just gonna take our recipient here, provide it, and then we'll just say the recipient is that other one. All right. I think that should work. And then we also are going to make another class called like send notification. So what do we need to send a notification? I guess we don't need to really provide anything, right? Like we're going to have all these things already in the notifications, and the send notification will just like do nothing, and it will like return a string or something, or we'll just like return some format string of like some message. Does that work?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so the send notification. So in every single one of these like things, we're gonna have fields for the things we need. And so this send notification is not gonna take in anything, and it will just return like a format string of like sending email to whatever person at some date or something to simulate a sending notification.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we can just say like, and I think here we can do an abstract as well. Because basically, like
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so abstract is like we're not going to implement it now, but we're going to use it in other classes. Because like all of the send things are going to be different in every class that's going to like use this base notification. So this base notification doesn't really have an implementation of like what it means to send a notification. We're just going to create it's like an interface, you know, just like take in nothing, return a string, and then we'll implement the actual like implementation in the functions that are or in the classes that are going to use it. Does that make sense? So it's kind of the same as an interface.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we can say like send notification, and then this can return like a string, and it will take in nothing. And I think this is the format. Yeah. Okay. And here we're never going to change the recipient, so we can do this too. Okay. Yeah, so now we're going to make the classes that will like inherit this one. So we can copy there. So let's start with like let's see, email. I guess what are we supporting? Email, SMS, push. Okay, so now we're going to have another one that's going to be like email notification. And it extends
what happens if we take a class and we don't extend or we don't implement that send notification?
If we take a class and we don't implement this?
If a child class doesn't implement that, what would happen?
So I know for like an interface, it would throw an error. For an abstract class, I'm not sure. I think it would also throw an error. We can try it.
Okay, I'm just asking if you know.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. The reason I went with like an abstract class instead of an interface is because we have some fields, and we have like a constructor. Interface usually you just like don't have anything. So yeah, so we don't need this recipient because we already have that. So we're gonna make this email notification. Yeah. Okay, so we need a recipient. So what other stuff do we need? Let's see, a date, or I guess the date can just be like now. Yeah, I guess the date we don't really need because we'll just like send, like when we hit send, we'll just get the date.now or whatever it is. And then we want like an email body. Yeah, maybe we'll just keep it as simple as like string like email body or something. Or yeah, something like that. Yeah, I'm still not super sure how this is going to work, but essentially we can do something like this. And then, Yeah, and then basically we'll have this dot whatever this thing is, email body. Okay. So we need to add it here. It's fine. Okay. Implicit. Oh yeah, so we need to also call the super constructor with the recipient and get rid of this. I think that's the right format. Let's see. Implicit superconstructor base notifications undefined. Invoke another constructor. Let's see. Did I misspell it or something? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not super sure of the syntax.
What's happening here? It's your C.
Oh yeah, this is wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. Okay, now I think it's good. Cannot reference a field before it's defined. Is it fixed now? All right, I can get rid of this too.
I think that's fine.
Okay, it looks good. So yeah, so it is complaining, like you said. So because we never implemented this send notification, it's giving us an error. So once we implement it, then we will it'll be fine. So we can just say like string send notification, and then so now we can do this thing. And then yeah, so we're just gonna send the notification. They're just gonna return some string of like sending email to whatever.
So someone in the chat is asking quick, what happens if there's no constructor given in the abstract class?
If there's no constructor given. Yeah, so if there's no constructor given in the abstract class, you don't need to make one in here. And then I think, I mean, that's just basically like if there's no constructor anywhere, then yeah, you don't need to make it. So then, yeah, you basically don't need you don't need to call this like super thing at all. You can just define a constructor in here. I feel like that would work.
Okay.
It'll give default constructor. Yeah. I guess there's like a default constructor if you don't provide anything. So if this didn't have the other one, yeah, that would make sense. So basically, it's like if there is one, then you have to provide it. If there isn't one, then you don't have to. Like. I wouldn't like if I didn't have this other one, it would be fine, and then I wouldn't have to call this super thing. Okay, so we're gonna send the email to the recipient, and then we can just say like with body. And then we'll do the whatever email body or something. Something like that. Recipient. You can do like a format string as well, but yeah.
Sure.
Let's see. Recipient. Did I misspell it? Oh yeah. So there is no recipient in here, so I think you have to do this. Is that correct? Oh, okay. I get it. Okay. So basically like so we declared this field private. So we don't have access to it in this email. So we need to actually make a getter as well. So we can just do that. So we can just say like public string get recipient. And then we can just return the recipient. And then we can call that. Okay, I'm still not like 100% sure like what's the best format for everything, but this seems pretty reasonable. Okay, so essentially we're going to send a notification with this stuff. And then we can kind of do the same thing for the other ones. So we have two more. So we have like an SMS.
I mean, let's run it on the email one quick and just see how it works.
Okay, yeah, cool.
See, let's just comment that up for a sec.
Okay, yeah. So to run it on the email, let me actually just put this up here so we can see it all. Okay, so let's get rid of all of this. So we're gonna make an email notification. So we're gonna say like notification equals new email notification. So we need to provide a recipient. So we can like say James and like thanks for the coding interview or something. And then we can just print it. Let's see. So email notification, or I guess this would be. Let's do this. Email. So we're going to do email send notification.
Type right here.
Oh yeah. So the way it works in Java is you can do var. Var is kind of like the, like the TypeScript where you don't give a type. It'll just like determine it from this. Oh, and because we're making an email notification, it's really clear like what type we want. If we had some other thing, then we wouldn't want to use var. But yeah, it's essentially the same as a like email notification email. If you like hover over it, it'll say email notification.
I see. Okay.
Okay, and then yeah, we just run it.
There's like some new syntax, new Java.
Okay. Yeah. I was trying to learn like there's a bunch of stuff, so I was trying to learn stuff to make it not so verbose. There's definitely a lot you can use. Also with like IntelliJ and stuff, there's so much autocomplete and like fill-ins and stuff. Even though it's a lot of code, you can just like fill it in for you, so it's pretty convenient.
Okay. What happens if someone passes in null for the recipient or email body params?
So that's gonna be so let's think about it, I guess. So someone passes null for the recipient. So strings are objects in Java, so you can pass null, and it won't like give you a type error. So like if I do this, like it's not gonna give you a type error here, but I think we might have like a runtime error. So if we do super recipient, then it'll be null. I don't know if you do plus null. I guess we can try it. Yeah, I feel like it'll just be a runtime error. Like I don't know if you can add null to a string, but we can try it and see what happens. Can't be resolved to a variable. Yeah, I think this should be fine. It did. Oh, it just said null or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess because all we did was string concatenation, null was fine. But typically you want to like look out for these things because let's say I wanted to actually do something with the recipient or the email. I want to get like a length or whatever, then you would, in your constructors, you would just check for those things. You'd make sure like if it's null, you just throw an error saying like name can't be null or whatever. Things like that.
Is there a way to even catch that during the type checker?
No, because string is an object. So it's kind of like in JavaScript, you can make if something equals an object. Well, I guess in JavaScript, null is like its own type, but in other languages, like null is like a valid object, basically. So you can't. So you would have to. I think you would have to explicitly check for that. I mean, there might be some other stuff, but I'm not aware.
Because in JavaScript or TypeScript, you could say that it's required. So if you pass none there, it'll complain.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like you have to manually do it. I don't know. I don't think you can. Because like null is essentially anything. So anytime you make an object, you can make it null. Like you can make like a list that's null. You can make whatever that's null, and I think it doesn't get caught.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah. Go ahead and implement the other type of notification.
Okay. Yeah. So. Okay, so this will be like SMS body now. And SMS notification, SMS body, same thing. So we can call like this, I guess. That, and then this is SMS body, and then the last one was push. So this is push. Whoops, push notification. And then yeah, sending push notification. It's being SMS. Okay, yeah. There might be a way to get it more. Yeah, like I think we can actually, because all of these are the same, like we just have to give it a few parameters. I think we can actually define this in the main class, and we can give it a notification type, and then we can give it the body, and then everything else looks the same, right? It's just sending notification type notifications to recipient. So I think we can do that. So we can actually move this over here, so we can say like notification type, and then we can just say string body here, and then we can just basically use that instead. So, and we can give it, let's see. Wait, did I do that in the right place? Wrong place. Oh yeah, I did do that in the wrong place. Okay, so we can do that here. We don't have to make it abstract anymore. And then we can just say like this whole thing. So we can say sending email to get recipient, and then with body, body, and then this wouldn't be email. This would be like this, I guess. So this would be the notification type. Okay. Yeah,
Well,
I think it's better
pretend-
using format string.
Pretend we're instead of actually sending a email here, or just returning a string, we're actually like calling an API, and it's going to change depending on the notification type. So like, how would that affect your design here?
Yeah, so then we would pass the API as like if we have a function that we need to call, we can pass that here. So I think you can just do like function or something, and then you would give it like function ABC. I forgot the format exactly, but you can just pass down the function, and then you can just call the function in here. So that way you don't have to know like what function it is. You can just call it anyway. Yeah, I forgot the exact name here. I think I'd have to look that up. But it's kind of like in JavaScript, you give it a callback, and you just say like, okay, take this callback and call it with these fields, and then the callback's gonna be different depending on like what thing I'm in. Does that make sense?
Okay, so we're gonna pass in a function, and then it's gonna. So we're just gonna pass a function into this send notification.
Yeah, and then we can just call the function. So we can just call like ABC on whatever the fields we need to call it on, like notification type and body or something. I'm not sure of the exact format, but it would be something like that, where we give a callback, we give the fields we need to call it with, and then we just call it.
So then
we can pass different ones in to different with different notification types.
What would be the gain there instead of just writing it inside the send notification? Like why create a function and then pass it in there for it to call the function instead of just writing that logic in the one above it?
So like in which one, sorry? Like you mean in the subclass?
Yeah. Why do we need to create that function and pass it down?
Well, the reason I passed it down was because if in every single one of these we're doing the exact same thing, like I noticed here, it's all the same. The only thing that's changing is like the type and then the body. It's better to define it all in the like base class if you know every single notification is going to do this. And then it makes sure your notification does it, and also it's just getting rid of like duplicate code, right? Like if I have like the same exact block here and here and here, like in all of them, I can just put in the base one. The downside is if I do put it in this like base one, then every single notification has to do it. So then they're kind of like less flexible later on. So I guess those are like the trade-offs you would have. Like, do I want all of my notifications to do this exact thing? But if I do, then I would just put all the shared stuff in this base one, because it's all shared. So what's the point of putting the same thing in all of them?
I mean, I would say let's make it so that it's as easy as possible to add notification types in the future. Like, if things need to change, we don't want to do a big refactor. Pretend the way we're sending emails really needs to change. Maybe, but it's 5 years down the line. Like we want it to be extendable without having to significantly modify existing code.
So if we think our like send notification is going to be like reasonably different and change in all these sub ones, then we would go back and have the original implementation of just having this like this thing, right? Where you can just go back to having this.
Yeah. I'll just say that we'll just make the assumption that it's going to be different. Like we're going to be different using different providers for emails versus SMS, and
Hmm.
we'll just say that it's going to be different, and we're going to maybe track different things, and we also might we might add different parameters to the push notifications with emails and SMS. Like it might not just be just SMS body. We might
Yeah,
add
yeah,
more
that makes
properties
sense.
there. Like it might those different base classes might grow in the future, so we need to be future proof.
Yeah, and there's kind of like downsides and upsides, right? Yeah, if you make it too, if you put too much in the base class, then it's going to be very hard to make the other ones different. And then if there's too many like dependencies and like extending and whatever, then it's going to be kind of annoying to modify things. So yeah, it makes sense. Okay. Let's see. Why is this complaining now? Must send notification. Didn't I do that?
So someone in the chat's just quickly asking, what's the benefit of using an abstract class here instead of an interface?
Yeah, so I think you can actually have fields in it, like what's it called? You can have like properties in an interface. I don't remember for sure, like if you can have like this kind of stuff. Also, so the abstract class lets you kind of do both. It lets you have functions that have a like a defined body, and then some that are like don't have anything. Interface is generally when you don't really want to define anything. You just say like these are the things you need, and then the implementation details are like down the road. So yeah, kind of like in TypeScript, where you write like when you make an interface and it's just say this is like a void function that returns whatever. You don't really ever define it in the interface. You just give like the like what it takes and what it returns. So that's kind of like the difference is yeah, abstract has a little bit more implementation details generally.
I see. Makes sense.
Yeah. Also, a class can extend or implement multiple interfaces, but it can only extend one like abstract class or whatever.
And they're asking a follow up. Don't you think the abstract class couples the inherited class? This is a chat question. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, it depends how much implementation detail you put in the abstract class. So sort of. I mean, it's kind of similar. Like, yeah, it's kind of similar. So I don't know what's used more. I mean, actually, sorry. I think interfaces are definitely used more. So I could have rewritten this with an interface where I just make a constructor that doesn't have anything. I think also now interfaces kind of you can add stuff to interfaces. So I think with like the new Java versions, like interfaces and abstract classes are even more similar, where you can literally do all of this in an interface. I'm pretty sure, so it doesn't make much of a difference.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and continue on with your implementation. So, okay, you made the thing back into an abstract. Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know why it's saying, like, if I run it, does it run or does it give me an error? I don't know if this thing is just, like, old. Push notification is not. Okay, so it is complaining. Did I misspell? Oh, it's because this takes nothing. And then generally, I think the way you do it is you want to, like, say that you overrid it, so you would just put, like, an override here. So then you say like this other thing had something and I just overrid it. Okay, and then as far as yes, I think these all work now. And then yeah, so I can make all of these and I can send a notification and whatever. So yeah, is there like any other stuff I need to do?
I mean, let's test it out. Send out a bunch of different ones.
Sure. So we can try a SMS. Well, this is an SMS. And then we can do SMS. And then we can try the push as well. And then, yeah, I guess that's the other thing someone posted in the chat. So generally in interface, everything is like public. In abstract classes, you can have private stuff. So yeah, you do have more control over what's it called scope. Because the interface is usually like nothing's defined, then it's all public, and then you can make it. Yeah. Did that work? Or are there some errors?
This is SMS. This is a push. It's looking good to me.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Let's look over your code. So let me just get through some basic trivia. So what is encapsulation in object-oriented programming?
Oh man. Yeah, I don't know like what the word. God, what do the words mean? I feel like that's the one I know the least.
Okay, let's just go or let's warm you up. What is the difference between what's a object and what's a class, and what are the difference between them in terms of object-oriented programming?
Yeah, so a class is typically like it defines fields and methods for an object. So, you know, in a class, you would say, like, this is what my object should have, and this is what my object can do. And then an object is typically an instance of a class, so you can, like, create one. Yeah. So essentially, a class is like a schema, and then the object is, like, the instance. Like, you just made something with that schema.
Makes sense. So, could you just define or tell me the difference between method overloading and method overriding?
Okay. So method overriding is like if I have, for example, if I have like a base class with some method like get name or something, overriding is if I make a class that extends that base class, and then I am changing the implementation of that method. I think they both have to have the same exact arguments to override.
Okay.
And so you're basically just saying like, you know, I know this one had this thing, but I want to make it something else. Overloading is you can make multiple methods with the same name, but it'll take like different arguments. So one can take like nothing, one can take like one variable, two variables, and so on.
Okay. That makes sense.
That's what it is. Yeah. Like I know the concepts, I just don't know what word is what. I feel like.
Okay. Well, what's inheritance?
Yeah. So inheritance is kind of this thing where I have here where you make some base class or interface or something, and then you make other classes that extend those, essentially. So they have the same properties as the base class. So like I can make like a car or something, and it'll have the fields of a car, and then I can make a truck. So essentially, it'll have the same fields as a car, but it might have like its own stuff or some things changed. So that's like when you use like extending classes or implementing interfaces. That's like inheritance.
Okay, and like what is the reason for doing like using inheritance?
Yeah. So typically, it's because you know if I have the truck that extends a car, like truck's gonna have a lot of the similar stuff to a car, so I don't want to like write it over and over. So I can just say, like, I'm just going to define a car. The truck is basically a car with a few tweaks. So I'm just going to say, take everything from a car and add those tweaks. And then I don't have to, like, write the same thing over and over. Kind of like here, you know, all these notifications are similar to this base notification. So I don't want to have to, like, write a bunch of these things over and over. Yeah. And also it lets you define things that you want all of your things to share. So, like, in this base notification, I know, like, I need to be able to send it, so I can define it. And then everything that extends off of this, I know like it has to have it, or it's not a correct notification. So that's another benefit, I guess.
Okay, so? What if are we able to do like multiple inheritance?
So I think, as far as I know, anyway, I don't think you can extend multiple classes, but you can implement multiple interfaces.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I think you can only extend one, because with extending, there's a lot of like weird spots you can get into. Like, let's say I am a truck and I extend two cars, and both cars have a field. Like, what field is my truck field? Like, I don't, you know, there's a lot of like obscurity. So it's cleaner to just extend only one thing.
What is a static function?
Yeah, so a static function belongs to the class, not to like an instance of the class. So it's good for like if you have like util functions. So maybe like in my email notification, I might want to get like the current time or something. that doesn't really have to do with any email in particular. It more just corresponds to the email service. So static functions can be called without making like an instance of the variable. You would just say like email notification dot whatever that static thing is. You can call it. So it's basically shared. It belongs to the class, not to like any instance of it.
So you can call it without actually instantiating an object?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are some of the limitations in a static function? Pretend I create a static, if this was static, so like, would that cause any issues?
Yeah, so it wouldn't, like, you don't really want to have static functions that use like fields in the class. So because like this email body and like the recipient is specific to an email, it shouldn't be shared through all emails. So you don't really want to call a static function. I don't even know if you can call a static function with these fields. They'll probably just be like null. So you generally want to call static functions with things that don't have to do with like an instance of the class. So that's kind of the limitation. Also, they share like if you have some variable, that variable is shared through all of the instances of the through all calls of that function. Like you can't have one specific one per instance.
So will this actually error?
Let's see.
Like line 49?
Well, I mean it's red, so I guess it's like static method cannot hide the instance from base.
I mean, yeah. You answered. It's like if I have a static method, I could only access static attributes or static properties on my.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, you can only access static because those fields have to be shared through like all instances of the class. Like, it wouldn't really make sense to call like an email body in a static method because an email body belongs to one email notification.
Okay. All right. Okay, we're gonna extend this a little bit. Pretend for emails pretend we have API call to SendGrid here. SendGrid, this is another one.
Okay.
And then here we have an API call to Twilio. And then here we just use like API call to like Firebase or Apple notifications. Right?
Okay, yeah.
So all these are doing very different things. How could you write some unit tests or some tests? How would we test this service to make sure that it's working correctly?
How do we test the service?
Yeah, like how do we? You wrote this code. We want to make sure it's future proof from other engineers that might like add to it or change to it. So I want you to add some test cases. I want 100% test coverage on this.
Yeah, so to tell you the truth, I haven't gone into Java testing yet, so I don't know like the syntax for most of it.
I mean, we could just talk about it.
But I can talk about it, like how I would do it in another language. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, in another language or whatever. It's pretty similar.
Yeah. So one question I have for you is, do we actually want to make sure that like in our test, do we actually want to test calling those external APIs?
I mean, what would that be like? I mean, that's the question for you, right? Like, is that a good practice?
Right. So it kind of depends on the API. Like, I feel like probably not. I feel like I would rather mock the API call. So what I would do is I would say, like, let's say this API call takes some variables. I would mock that API call. So you can just say like, okay, I'm going to make a mock call. And I'm going to make a mock function, kind of like in JavaScript. You would make a mock function. And what it allows you to do is it'll just say like when you tested, and like let's say in this, I'll just write it in like comments. I can just make some mock function here that will take the same input arguments, and I can run my test, and I can verify that the mock function was called with the right arguments. And then from there, like I don't think we really need to test like, did the Apple notification get sent? That's more on like the Apple end. We could have like separate tests for those. Like, is this service working? We could have a separate test for like those things, like just test Apple notifications or Firebase or whatever it is. But usually with like unit tests and things like this, I would just basically mock the API call, and all I would verify is did it get called with the right arguments, and did it get called at all? And then if that's the case, then I would just assume like that the Apple or whatever I'm calling, as long as I'm calling with the right arguments, like that's more of like their problem, not mine, type of thing. Is what I would go with.
Okay, wait. Let me think about this for a second.
Uh-huh.
Mock the function, run my test to verify. Okay, that makes sense. So
Yeah.
what would be an issue if we just let it make the API call?
Yeah. So, I mean, first of all, money, right? Like if these calls cost something, we're every time we run our tests, we're essentially just like spending money for no reason. I mean, that's the main one. Secondly, let's see. Secondly, I guess to call these things, a lot of times we have to set up some other stuff. Like we have to set up like more dependencies and things. And those dependencies aren't like part of our function that we're testing. Like in here, we just really want to test our function. Like, is it all of this working? Is our call correct? We don't really want to test other dependencies. So we want to kind of try to isolate, like, did the work we make here work? And if something is breaking, then we want to make sure that the thing that's breaking has to do with our stuff, not some external dependency or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. So I think for what I would say is like the main issue if we actually made the API call was that it might cause flaky tests. So now our tests are sort of dependent on some third party.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
So
yeah. That's the other
that would
thing.
be
Like
issues.
our call might fail. Like they might return a failure, but our call was correct. It's just their problem. So
Exactly.
yeah. So then when we run like CI/CD pipelines on these things, if imagine if we have like a billion or whatever, a ton of mock calls, those are going to be like very inconsistent. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like if we didn't mock.
Or
it
if
would
we
be-
didn't mock, yeah, sorry,
it'd
yeah,
be-
they'd be very inconsistent. So, and you might think you actually have a test problem, but it's just like their service is down or whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then like our CI/CD pipeline is dependent on like some third party company that
Right.
might not work right. Yeah, it makes sense. So we'll run it, we'll mock it, we'll view that it was called with the right args.
Uh huh.
Yeah, I think overall that made sense. So yeah, I think overall pretty good. Let's see if I have any more questions.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely need to brush up on the like exact names of like encapsulation, all that stuff. Like, I know what it means. I just don't know, like I don't know how to define it. Like when someone said it's like private, public, static, or whatever. Like I know what all that stuff means, but I didn't know that was like encapsulation and so on.
Yeah, encapsulation is pretty much like hiding implementation details, like encapsulating
Right.
data within your classes. So in your email, you're you're encapsulating the details of what a notification has, like this recipients, and you're providing functions to access those. Like you're hiding information, and then you're using public class or public methods, or getters and setters
Yeah.
to only give access to very specific things.
Yeah, and it makes sense. It's kind of like I think the main thing I've heard of that is like the remote control thing. Like if I click, a button on my remote control, I don't really care what happens in like the circuits in it or something or how it goes to whatever I want. I just need it to happen. So yeah, you're just basically giving the user like the minimal stuff they need to get your stuff working, and they don't need, and B, they shouldn't have the implementation details of like how it happens. Or
I think that's just abstraction though, right?
yeah, that's true too.
But like for Python, Python doesn't really have encapsulation in the same way. As in, you can't control what fields on the class can get updated. And that leads to weird issues where someone just takes your class and then just changes a property. Like it
You can, but there's like workarounds. You can do
Yeah.
like the double underscore thing,
I
right?
see,
But there's
yeah.
like ways to get around that. So I feel like most of the Python stuff is like, here's how you should use it, but then if you don't want to, there's like ways you could break it. So yeah, it's
yeah. I feel like
that's
Python
also why I wanted to learn Java, because there's a lot of like enforced stuff where Python it's kind of like suggested,
Yeah, Python is like way less encapsulation out the box. You just define properties and they're all just public and you can just access them and
Right.
it could just be weird. But yeah, how do you think you did?
I mean, so I haven't been studying Java that long, so I'm definitely pretty rusty with stuff. But yeah, I was able to make stuff, and it worked, I guess. yeah, I think the main thing I need to work on is like, should I make an abstract class? Should I make an interface? Like I wasn't super sure there. So I think as I do more stuff and do more practice with this, like I'll be able to 100% know like this thing that I went with is like better, and I'm super confident. But I think I did all right. Like yeah, for the
Honestly,
amount of time I spent doing this.
yeah, honestly, like I did this in Python, and you have pretty much the exact same implementation as I did in Python. So, I mean,
Hmm.
it's gonna be little different because it's Java, but yeah, I think overall you did a good job. No, like you answered all the questions really well. Like I don't
Hmm.
know, you knew. I tried to dig into certain things, and you were able to answer it. I think overall, definitely you know what you're doing, and that definitely be a pass. Like even between like abstract classes and interfaces, multiple inheritance, how the static functions work,
Hmm.
um, overriding, overloading. I don't know. Like
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the Python stuff is kind of similar to Java, just like I guess less strict. Like there's still like static calls. I guess in Python there isn't overloading because you can just give like optional args and stuff, so it's a lot simpler. But
I
yeah,
mean, yeah, there's no overloading, but then it leads to one big set, one bit. Like you pretty much have to override the class and just define a ton of parameters.
yeah. I
Right.
mean,
So it
there's
makes
definitely
sense.
pros and cons. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. All right. That's pretty much it. Thanks for taking the time with the interview. Like that's definitely like a moving on
Yeah,
to
no
the next
problem. Maybe we
stage.
can do some harder stuff once I get a little bit more familiar, or do some leak
Like
codes in Java. Quite verbose, so I'm trying to get used to.
yeah. What do you think would be harder than this? I think this is like a this one is good enough to test all the knowledge of a person. Could make it
Yeah,
slightly harder, but
yeah. I think honestly, the interview difficulty doesn't have to be that hard, and you can just probe a lot of stuff. Like why did you pick this? Why did you pick that? Like if you have to do, yeah, I feel like those interview formats are kind of the best. Like you don't have to make it very hard, but you can just probe and then ask for like why did they pick things, and if they know it very well, then you can get a lot of like knowledge there. So yeah, it makes sense.
yeah, like we even got into the testing and stuff. So I don't know. What do you
Right.
think?
Yeah. I haven't got into actual like Java unit tests and all that. I'll get
Yeah.
into that eventually. So
Cool. All right, Alpha. Thanks for coming out. Catch you
all right,
again on
cool.
the next one.
See ya.
Peace. Damn, Alpha did pretty good on that one. Pretty good. I'll send him that code. All right, we got some chats with some people who are gonna hop in. Well, it's a lot. The last guy, or we're getting somebody who to come in who did 700 leak code questions. Wait, we're gonna do. Sick. We're gonna do some career chats. I think that's what's next. Let me see what the. What's my advice for people that start with leak code fully? I have a how to get good at leak code by video. Hey everyone. And the how to get good at leak code
Welcome back.
playlist. Are you brand new? I have a playlist linked down there too. Where I cover like all the topics. I'm here in Switzerland. I'm going to Europe this summer. Yeah. Wait, who do you know? Wait, Neon, are you one of the ones I'm talking to? Yeah, I'm down. Okay. Let's hop on first, Austin. I'll send you the. Yo, I sent you the meats. I don't have that many videos for Greedy, to be honest. I want to, but I'm going to the UK. I'm going to London, I mean, which is in the UK, Paris, Nice, and Barcelona. I'm only there for 16 days, which is a lot, but there's way too much to do in Europe. Neon, what's up?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's up? How you doing?
Yo, what's poppin'?
Yo, what's
Doing good,
What's
doing
What's
good.
good?
Yeah, I found you like maybe like 2-3 months ago, and
Nice.
I like your content.
Cool. Like like how did you get recommended? Were you actually looking for interviews and stuff, or were you
Yeah,
actually?
so
Yeah. Go ahead.
I probably just start with my background a little bit first. I'm a college student. I'm a sophomore going into my junior year. I'm gonna be transferring to a university this fall.
Nice.
And I was taking a DSA class, and I started doing like applications for stuff, and then I got one of those like online assessment stuff for TikTok, I think.
Yeah.
And I was like studying up on leak code, and then I saw like as I was studying up, you were doing the interview prep with people, and I was
Nice.
like watching that to like get a good feel for like I don't know like how it works and that type of stuff. Yeah,
So
that's
you're
how I
not
found you.
you're not even in college yet?
No, I am in college right
Oh,
now.
okay.
I'm a
Nice.
sophomore, and I'm going into my junior year.
Oh, cool.
I'm gonna be transferring to like a university. I'm at a community college right now.
Nice. What uni are you going to? Like
I'm going to Cal State Fullerton. I'm in California.
Nice. Cool.
Yeah.
You're in SoCal, huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I started with computer science, like all this stuff, like probably like 13 months. Yeah, about a year ago. So like I'm pretty new to this. So I'm definitely not like super strong or anything. I've been doing the leak code grind this past like month or two,
Yeah.
and I've got like 40-ish questions on code. So like I'm going through it.
Nice.
It's definitely doable.
Yeah, it's a
um,
long process, and
Yeah,
Like-
it's hard.
I mean, but it's just if you put the work in, you're gonna get good. You know.
Yeah.
Like, I've never
No,
seen
I-
someone
yeah.
put the work in and still be bad.
Oh yeah, no, I could definitely tell I'm getting better at it. It's just like being able to recognize like the algorithms, that type of stuff. It's like, you know what I mean? It's tricky if you've never seen some of the problems before.
Yeah.
That's about it. It's probably academically one of the harder things I've ever had to do. Yeah. But what's it called? For job stuff.
Yeah.
I've been applying a lot recently, and I think one of the issues is like obviously I don't have any tech experience yet, so that's probably one of the big reasons why I get denied to everything. I've probably applied to like 100 plus, but also I think one of the issues is I didn't apply early enough for a lot of the stuff. I didn't realize how far you have to apply in advance for a lot of these companies.
Yeah.
It's like 8 months or something. Like some of these like 6 months in advance. Like it's crazy. So I've got rejected like everything.
Yeah. So what did you want to cover? Is it more job hunt or like navigating your?
Basically, how do I like my main goal right now? Like the only thing I'm focusing on is trying to get like that first initial experience, like job wise. And I've been trying to do like projects on this. Like I'm one of the videos I watched, you were recommending projects, and you recommended building a personal finance app, like a full stack website using I think Django was the database and stuff.
Mhm.
And I did that recently. I didn't use Django. I used Flask and SQLite, but like I did that project, and then I also attended a hackathon about a
Nice.
month ago, and that was pretty cool. Built like a full stack app.
Yeah.
So I've been doing a combination of like trying to get like projects to be able to get the interview, and then I've been trying to like do the leak code stuff to like be able to like pass the interview, I guess.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm just trying to get that like first initial experience, if you know what I mean. It's like the
Yeah.
hardest part.
So junior is third year, right?
Yeah. I'm entering my junior year this fall.
Yeah. So first off, like you do have a resume already built out.
Yeah. One of
Okay.
the things with the resume, I know that like you're supposed to do like the XYZ, I think is what you called it. You accomplished X using Y, which had Z result.
Yeah.
I'm not I with the level of projects that I'm doing, like it's really hard for me to come up with the Z part where it's like had like Z result like it 10% more efficient or like created like a faster user experience, like that type of stuff. Like I'm really bad at like BSing the how you like write out your projects. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
I
like my
guess like
hardest thing.
let's just assume that you have a decent resume right now. Um, so first off, interviews
Yeah.
or companies are gonna start posting within the next, I will or around probably July and August. You're gonna start
Okay.
seeing stuff come out, and that's way ahead of, because you're probably gonna be doing full time in September to December and December to May, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Right. So you're probably gonna be looking for May internships. That's when you're
Yeah.
trying to land your first one.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably. Yeah.
So yeah, so you need to start preparing now,
Yeah.
and start looking for stuff being posted in early July, and August, and then like worst case like September. Like people start, and like you mentioned, you already realized this, that companies start posting very early
Yeah.
in the summer. And like why is that the case? Well, because like they usually a lot of the times they even have their head count filled out by December or even January. Because I've had people come up to me and they're like, "Oh, is your company hiring?" And they'll be asking me in January. At that point, like, you'll notice that a lot of companies already filled the head count
Wow, that's
for
insane. Yeah.
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 And
This is
like
far out.
if people failed out and stuff, then they'll do more rounds. But they do interviews from September to January.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I see that. Yeah.
it's actually pretty early. So good thing you already noticed that. So just be preparing right now. Work on your resume. So strategies for actually landing a your first experience.
Yeah.
So what I would prioritize is first tech companies, like actual, just the regular ones like fan companies or startups, or like any company where you're actually gonna be you're gonna work as a software engineer.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's the title. But if you can't get any of those, also really good ways to break in the door is through like research labs or like research internships.
Yeah, I started
So
applying
yeah.
for some for my school. They have some for transfer students from community college to like to like university and stuff, and I got rejected to all of them.
Oh wow.
But
Like
I do know what you mean. Yeah, the research stuff is really good. I kind of like the research stuff, so it's not like that bad if I'm only able to get research stuff. I thought it was really cool, like some of the stuff they're doing. I watched like videos on the projects, and the research stuff does seem cool.
yeah,
But I know,
and it still counts as like an internship, right? Like
Yeah.
if you can't work corporate and but you still that summer work, or yeah, that summer worked at a research lab and was doing research.
Yeah.
It's really useful, especially you get your name on a paper or you actually like learn a lot of things. It's still better than doing nothing that summer, and it might even be better than actually working a real internship depending on like the research lab. But yeah, those
Yeah,
are
you probably get to meet some cool people too.
yeah, those are probably the two tiers that you got. And like when you applied, did you know the professor already?
No, I didn't know it. But that's like part of my weakest thing is like I know like two people at all in CS, and like they're not in at my level at all. They're like way higher up. So
Yeah.
I don't know anyone yet.
So like what I would say is when you're applying for those research labs, also reach out to the professors maybe directly, send them an
Yeah.
email, send them maybe some of the things you worked on. Like
Yeah.
even when I was applying, I did a lot of cold emails or cold messaging people on LinkedIn. It's like of
Yeah, I probably should have
sending them
done
my portfolio. Do you have a portfolio website?
that. No. No.
Jesus.
Well, not one that's like updated at all recently.
You could like vibe code that out in like a day now these days.
Oh yeah, yeah. What's it called? Cursor just came out free for like students and stuff, and I was testing it out, and that's pretty quick.
Yeah, you could spin up. So what you should just spin up a quick website, deploy it, and add your projects and stuff, and have a link to your resume to all the
Oh,
projects that you're
I
working
was
on.
gonna ask. For your projects, I've been just doing localhost. Do people normally like put it like on the web, like do like a full stack, like you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Have it on the web. That takes it.
Oh,
That
okay.
that takes it a step further. A lot of the really good candidates I see, like they have links to their projects, and you can click and actually use their project online.
Okay. Yeah. Because normally I just been doing it local host, and I was like, damn, like this shit is kind of like, especially when you get into like API stuff, you can't run it. Like no one has the keys, so like they can't see what my project looks like from their end.
They can never.
So
Yeah, they
yeah,
don't. They won't be able to run it. So
yeah. Okay.
the
Yeah,
best
deploy
thing
it
that they'll
full on
do,
the web. Yeah.
like if they really took it a step further, they'll look at your code. But who has time to do that? Right?
Yeah. They're looking at shit for like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
they might click it. They might see the nice UI already. They're like, oh, nice. They actually built something.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
And it actually shows you understand how to deploy stuff.
Yeah.
Onto that. That's very important. Otherwise, you
Yeah.
could have just vibe coded the portfolio website.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I can definitely do that. That definitely makes sense. Because when I was doing the projects, I was thinking like, damn, they can't see anything. They're not going to be able to see it, like unless they download it, like run the requirements, like all that stuff. So yeah, that makes
yeah,
sense.
deploy it. Like
Okay.
Vercel is like in someone's in the chat. I have my personal website using Vercel and
Okay.
using
Yeah, that makes
Next.js.
sense. Yeah. Okay. So what would you say is like usually like the level that you have to be at for like these like positions that like I'd be like applying to for like the lead code stuff? Like I want to get done with the neat code 150. I was doing the neat code 150. I want to get done with that by June, and then I saw that you said that you should start with I forget that website, but it has an elo rating, like how like chess is for the lead code stuff, and like just finding the elo and going through. Like where would you say like the level you need to like be at in terms of like the rating for that zero code, is it called? I forget what the
Zero
website's
track,
called.
zero track.
Zero track, yeah. Like, do you think there's like a certain elo range that you should like definitely be at for like a lot of these online assessments?
Yeah, so like zero track, I wouldn't even do it if my goal was just to get a job.
Really? Okay.
People, I only do zero track, and other of the people on the channel only do zero track because they just want to just get really good.
Oh yeah,
But
bro. Some of the people in your channel are
yeah,
like they're inspiring. Like Paul and Alpha, I always see those guys going at it with
yeah,
like their like mathematical solutions and stuff. I'm like, damn, I want to be like that. It's pretty cool.
no, they're really good, but they're
Yeah.
just like those guys could just probably pass any lead code style interview. So what I
Yeah.
would do is first focus on specific like data structures.
Yeah.
So I would go topic by topic, as in I would start off with arrays and understand arrays in depth. What I mean by arrays, I would understand all of the operations on arrays, like inserts, deletions, indexing, like what are the runtime complexities. Then I would do the common array question. So I would focus topic by topic. Then I'd move on to like linked lists or depth first search and just spend time on depth first search for a week or two, topic by topic, right?
Yeah. That's what I'm doing on the decode. I'm going through each one, and I'm going all the way to the. I finished the whole thing, like to the hard problems on like each topic.
Yeah, and then once you finish specific topics, you'll be able to pass at least like 70% of the interviews, right?
Okay.
After that, start going to specific algorithms. So what are specific algorithms? Like two pointers, Dijkstra's,
Yeah.
topological
Yeah. On the
sort.
TikTok one, I got asked the Dijkstra's and a breadth first search.
Exactly.
I remember that. Yeah.
So I would start going algorithm by algorithm, union find, right? The common ones, binary search. So those are
Yeah.
patterns that like operate on those data structures, but those ones like I have a video also on the top 6 common patterns. I don't know if you
Yeah,
see
I was
that
I was gonna ask like some of this stuff on here. I'm thinking like I don't know if they could ask for like the roles that I'll be applying to, like some of the stuff like backtracking, 2D dynamic programming, bit manipulation. Does that stuff asked for like the positions that I'd be applying to?
I
You
would
think?
say I would say
Less common?
it's less common. So
Yeah.
the most popular ones are two pointers, sliding
Yeah.
window. Those are very common.
Yeah, I'm
Depth,
pretty good at
depth
those.
backtracking, that one's common. Depth first search, breadth first search, and then binary
Okay.
search.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
those will cover a lot of ones, and then I've been asked topological sort a lot, but honestly I've barely been asked dynamic programming. I've barely been asked. I've never been asked the bit manipulation question, so those
Okay.
ones are way less common.
Yeah, usually whenever you do the live coding interviews, I usually like follow along with it. I try to like do the questions on my own to like to kind of see where I'm at with some of these people.
How
And,
are
like
you
I'm
doing?
getting better at it for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, we should run one at some point.
Yeah, I'm definitely down. I'm definitely trying to get better at it.
Yeah, and just send me your resume.
Yeah,
I'll do
I
some.
have
I'll
it in
go some work on.
your channel actually.
Oh, really? Did you anonymize it already?
I don't think I did that.
Oh, okay, okay. I'll look
I
at it a
mean,
different
I
time.
don't really care. I don't think
See.
it's I basically when I put it in there, the advice that I got from a lot of people in the channel was I need to be better at the XYZ thing, and like I just don't know how to put
Oh,
the
I
Z
see.
part,
Yeah.
and then they say kind of just lie about it. I don't know like how though with some of these projects.
Wait. I requested edit access.
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah.
That should be on Google Drive. You think? Let's see.
First off, I feel like your resume is super empty right now.
Yeah, I know. It's not good. I need to get better projects on there for sure.
Yeah, I requested edit access. I'll just quickly like X out some spots. You can change it after.
Yeah, I think I gave you access. Let's see.
Nice.
Yeah, you can. Okay.
This.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, it's not good. Like, I'm not saying it's good at all. I understand why I'm getting rejected.
Okay, I'm gonna here. So let's look at it. Okay, I think you're ordering it properly. You have education. That's the most important part.
Yeah.
I would
Everything
put
else is so weak.
yeah projects. I would move my work experience above the skills.
Okay.
Because like what does the skills even tell you? It doesn't really tell anything. It's just more just like for
Yeah.
the ATS. Like if you say you know JavaScript, like how do you prove it, right? Well, you
Yeah.
proved it because
Through
you
the
did
project.
projects, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why it doesn't. That's why like it doesn't really matter that it's at the
Okay.
bottom here.
Yeah, I figured because my work experience isn't like related to like tech, so that's why I put it so far down. But yeah, that
I
makes
would
sense.
just like update the spacing here a little bit. Like it's a little bit too much spacing there.
Okay.
When is your expected graduation?
I think it's May 2027.
I would explicitly just say that, or I
Okay.
guess it kind of says here, but I'd be like, maybe like we can go current expected. Something like that. So
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I see a lot of the companies when I apply to them, they always are like, "What's the expected?"
this
Graduation.
one, I think, yeah, this is more explicit.
Yeah. I see that. That makes sense.
I would add more links here, like add your LinkedIn and stuff. Build a LinkedIn presence a bit, or just add people on LinkedIn.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have one of those yet.
Oh, add one for sure. That's how
Okay.
I get all my jobs.
Okay.
Portfolio, website, and GitHub.
Yeah, I definitely need to be better at the networking part. I'm
Yeah,
not that good at it.
So you can do this, and you could even, like one way, you could even just like add a hyperlink here, so it's not. So when you add your portfolio website and the LinkedIn, otherwise it just makes it look nicer.
Yeah, I get you. Some people have like the icon for like the GitHub thing I saw.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I would just like improve the bullet points a bit, and you could just run that through GPT.
Yeah. To get the percentages in there and like the numbers better. The Z.
But that's only do that really when you have work experience. I think it's fine to do it to have it like you're not optimizing anything when you're
Yeah,
building
I'm
a
not.
project for the first time. It's like you're just building it from 0 to 1.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make that as much sense.
Yeah, there's no optimization though. I'm just trying to get it to work.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
like, please
So-
run.
But what I would try to do is, like, one thing that would set it apart is if you built something that maybe had users. So pretend you built something in a hackathon you want. Like, what are the achievements with the project? So
Yeah.
projects are fine, and that still will get you a job. But like to even set yourself even further, like if you build one and it gets actual users, or you build one and you win a competition, that might set you even further apart.
Yeah.
But if you have time, I think just build up more projects and fill this out a little bit.
Yeah, would you say like would you recommend like I don't know how to put like the next like kind of like the genre of like what projects I should be working on like now? Because I've got like the simple ones. I wanted to build a deploy one like fully like online is my next one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like what you'd have to do is just like have like link to the website or something like that,
Yeah. Yeah.
and just like to do a hyperlink. You could also just make it public in GitHub and just have the GitHub link there. That also works. Sometimes I do both. Like I'll just have like GitHub
Yeah.
and like the link to the website if I want both access. But yeah, maybe we could have a section called like technologies used. I don't know why it's not making a bullet point. So you could update it like this. Just to avoid cluttering it.
Yeah. Do you think most job applications that you send are being filtered to the ATS, or do you think recruiters are actually like reading them before?
I think they're reading. I think that the ATS helps, it prioritizes who they're looking at.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's so many resumes coming in. I doubt like they need some AI to rank and sort them.
Oh
and
yeah,
tell
for sure.
you.
Yeah.
There's no way that they're looking at all of them. So you'll see them say that they're not using the ATS. It's like, but I'm pretty sure the ATS is definitely sorting them.
Yeah.
And then
How would you recommend me going about applying? So like what I've been doing like to apply for stuff, I've just been like trying to find everywhere. I'll Google like jobs near me for like the software stuff. I'll do LinkedIn. I'll try to find it. I'll try to do Indeed, all the things. Is you have like a recommendation for like how to go about it?
so what I do is first create my LinkedIn profile.
Yeah.
Fill out everything on my LinkedIn. On your LinkedIn, you can point out to different projects. You can point out to all of your classes. You can point out to different awards. Like LinkedIn, you could build your whole resume on LinkedIn, essentially, and add everything there. Because a lot of recruiters use LinkedIn to find people. So you could specify all the stuff there, and then I would set my thing as open to work,
Okay.
so that they know that you're open to work. And then I would just optimize my LinkedIn profile. Honestly, my best luck has been through LinkedIn, and that's before I ever had any social media presence.
Okay, I'll have to get on that then.
Yeah,
That makes
that's like
sense.
the best way. Yeah. What other questions you got?
I don't know. I've been struggling with coming up with ideas for my next project. Because I've just been doing the lead code grind. And I want to be able to do like a project that both like I can learn some stuff and probably like deploy it online, and then like learn some skills along the way too. Because I saw you recommended the personal finance app, and that was pretty good. I got to work with like APIs and stuff like that.
I don't remember doing this. Develop the or recommending
I,
that.
I have
but-
I have the photo I think from your stream that I took.
So that's so funny. Integrated Plaid. Oh, so you actually integrated Plaid into your own personal.
Yeah, I got dummy
Wow.
info.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, through the Plaid API. Yeah, let's see.
So I think
Your photo,
when
yeah.
I'm looking at your projects right now, I could tell you're good at. You're able to do some front end and some back end.
Yeah.
What APIs did you use? Oh, you use RESTful backend.
Yeah.
So, do something with like we need to include some infrastructure like AWS. So infrastructure. We need to show some infrastructure. So deploy it on like AWS or Vercel or something. I would suggest playing around with AWS.
Yeah,
A
it
little
says pretty
bit.
common. Yeah, a lot of people want that shit.
Yeah, because
D-
now that you have now you can do front end, back end, and infrastructure. And then instead of using SQLite because that's more local,
yeah,
get the database, online.
yeah. I DM'd you the picture of what I took it from. I was on your stream and I saw you were like writing stuff out. Yeah, oh yeah, you said on there. Yeah, host on AWS, deploy on.
Nice.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, try out Dynamo. Yeah, exactly. This is good.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
So this one is in React. So I would also diversify too. Then like use Python. Or wait, you use Flask here, or you're using the same AP technology.
I use Python for the personal finance app mostly, like the
Okay,
backend's all
nice,
Python.
nice. Yeah. No, I think overall it's looking good. I think just building out more projects and just building out your LinkedIn and then applying for just spamming applying.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, it's a lot. I get like 4 email rejection letters a day. It's crazy.
Go on like Y Combinator or something and just look for companies. You're a US citizen, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like go on Y Combinator and look at the companies that like their startup directory and try to apply to all these companies. All
Y
of them are usually,
Combinator?
you know what Y Combinator is?
No, I've never heard of it. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So Y Combinator is basically is the investment firm that invests in a lot of different startups that actually became successful. Like they invested in Stripe, Airbnb, Dropbox, DoorDash early. So they're a venture capital fund.
Okay. So wait, how do I use them?
So basically just go on YC.
Yeah,
And then
I'm
look
on
at
their website.
so most of these companies that are under them are trying to grow because they just got investment from Y Combinator and they're trying to become a real company. So they're usually hiring. So what I would do is look at the companies that Y Combinator invested in and try to apply at those companies. And you know that these companies are pretty decent
Yeah, because they're
because
investing.
they got invested in by Y
Yeah.
Combinator and Y Combinator does a thorough analysis on these companies.
Okay, that makes really good sense. Yeah. Okay.
And
Yeah, that's goated.
we could also you could also try like looking at different venture capital funds like Kleiner Perkins and stuff, and then go on like Kleiner Perkins jobs. You can see it's 2,379 jobs, and then enter like software engineer 541 jobs, and it's showing all of the different companies under Kleiner Perkins. Like Kleiner Perkins is a venture capital fund. They put money into all these different startups, and now they want to put the best people in these startups so that those startups can do well and they can make the money. So they also try to help recruit for them. So that's why they have these job boards.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's actually really good advice. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hunter Perkins, apply. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all the advice that I needed. That was really helpful.
Yeah, and just like write these different ones down, like Kleiner Perkins, Sequoia Capital, like A16Z. Just look up, just GPT. Be like, what are the top venture capital funds? And then venture capital funds, what they do is, you're probably familiar, but they take money from people who have extra money and they invest it into startups. So they have like a
Okay.
big portfolio of startups in all types of different verticals, like fintech to AI to crypto to healthcare. So just look at these look at these venture capital funds. A lot of these venture capital funds already vetted these startups for you. They already did interviews. Like they wouldn't put money in a startup they didn't believe in.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
And
Okay.
so yeah, these are good startups to go after. And yeah, apply to those, apply to big companies, or just apply all around. Just and
Yeah.
then apply
Okay.
for research. Like yeah, that's kind
Yeah,
of
and then at the same time work on projects and leak code it up.
dude, it's a grind, man. Yeah, it's a grind.
Yeah, I
Bro.
mean, it's something.
Yeah. All right. Nice chatting with you. Hopefully that's
Yep.
it. Just message me for anything.
Yep, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
See ya.
See ya. Okay, we got the next person in. Next person's coming on.
Can you hear me? What's up? What's up? How you been?
Sorry, I'm muted. You're in high school, right? Or no? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. No, sorry, I'm lagging a bit. Yeah, I am.
Nice, nice. So what's up?
Okay. So basically, I think we talked last time, and we were discussing like leak code and stuff. And I guess like since then, I decided to
Yeah. We can't hear you.
I've started doing like the leak code like easy problems in Java because it's like the first language and like my best language.
Yeah.
And then, oh wait, you can't hear me?
No, I'm good. You're good now. You're good now.
Oh, okay. Sorry, wait. Okay, so yeah, I started doing the easy leak code problems in Java, and then after that, I've been trying to solve them in C++ and Python because I just like want to start to learn like the syntax for those languages.
Yeah.
And then yeah, I mean it's been pretty good so far. Like honestly, like the like languages are like somewhat.
You're cutting a bit in and out. Wait, chat, is he cutting in and out for you too, or what? Give him a sec. Give him a sec. Give him a sec. He'll be back. He'll be back. I'm just checking who's next for coding interviews.
Like knowledge of C++. So I guess yeah, that's what I've been thinking so far.
Wait one sec. You cut out really hard. Could
Oh
you just
no way.
repeat that
Okay,
again?
here, give me a second. Give me a second.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
me know when
wait.
you're good.
Is it any better?
Yeah. All it did was just like, you cut out, and then 2 minutes later, you continue.
Oh. Okay,
Maybe
wait
you're
here.
blocking
Just
something.
Okay. All right. So yeah. Wait, like what did I last say then?
Well, let's just start from scratch. Like, you started
Sure,
doing
so-
interview questions in Java. You switched over.
Yeah,
to
well,
some...
it hasn't really been like interview questions because to be honest, like I'm not good enough to start doing them, but I found like this website that has like a leak code elo system, and I've been like working from the like lowest elo on, and like I've just been doing like for every single leak code problem that I do, I do it like in Java first, and then I try to do it in Python and C++ since I'm just trying to like understand those languages better. Can you still hear me, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you 100%.
Okay, perfect.
You're talking about zero track, right? You're using zero track to find very easy questions. Now you cut out again. Wait, what'd you say?
I said
You're
yeah, I
using zero
have been.
track? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, since you're using zero track.
Mhm.
So what's your question? Like, how to get better? Or sorry.
Well, yeah, like I mean, honestly, like that's just like where I am so far. But like
Nice.
since I'm going to college next year, like I just had like a lot of questions about like the whole like applying to internships process and like the resume stuff. Like I can ask, like I wrote some questions down if you want
Sure.
me to
Yeah.
ask them.
Go ahead. Just shoot them.
Okay, sure. So I guess like I heard like since like CS is like very oversaturated, like it's obviously very difficult to get like an internship or like job offers as like a CS major. So I guess like
We cut out again. Cut out. Wait, let me see. Let me pause.
in your first semester, or like in your second semester, or?
Wait, you keep cutting out. Is there
Yeah, here, just give me a second, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I just took out my headphones, so maybe this will help. I don't know if it's Wi-Fi or like my headphones.
Yeah, maybe. Probably. It's probably not the Wi-Fi.
Okay, then it's definitely just the headphones then.
Okay.
Okay.
So what was the question?
I just had like questions, like first off, like when do you like apply for like most of the internships like as a college student?
Yeah. So starting in July and August, probably later in August and September, you're gonna start seeing jobs posted. So
Mhm.
what one thing you could actually look up is you can go like you can look up SWE internship. So you can go on like SWE internships on GitHub, and a lot of times
Mhm.
people post like a big list of SWE internships and when they came out, like how long
Okay,
ago.
okay.
I'll send you this. Like you could look up a ton of different lists. But honestly, people start posting interviews in August and September. So pretty much be prepared by September and August, or
Dang.
be prepared by mid August to start getting interviews in September, October, November, December. So that
Okay.
means you should be
And
getting good at LeetCode right now.
yeah, no, that's what I've been doing. And is it even like, do you think it's even possible for like a freshman to get like an internship?
Yeah, there's a lot of freshman specific programs like
Oh,
Google
really?
Step Intern. There's like a Microsoft one. There's one specifically made for first year students. And usually, if you can actually land one of those, it really sets a really good trajectory for your career. Like all the people I know who landed ones in their first year, one
Yeah.
did really good. But also, if you can't get a internship, like I mentioned to the last guy, you could also do research.
Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't mind doing research. Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
those usually that counts as work experience as well, doing research. So
uh-huh.
like if you can get a job at a research lab, that's gonna help you get a internship in your second year. And once you
Uh-huh.
get your foot in the door and start getting getting actual internships, it makes all the other ones easier. And the
Right.
market is cooked, but it's not. It's basically the barrier to entry just increased. All these
Mhm.
companies are still looking to hire people, but they're just not willing to hire someone they don't think is good. So
Mhm.
people who have good work experience, people who have done great projects in the past, companies are always looking to hire those people right now.
I see.
Like basically all these companies, you could even see that the way they're changing the compensation is they're really trying to compensate high performers and they're really trying to get high performers into their company. That's
Uh-huh.
kind of where the status is at. So the competition is fierce, more like as fierce as it ever was for top talent, and companies are still hiring for that.
I see. And are there actually like any internship opportunities like as for like in the second semester of college? Because I feel like honestly I'll be like much like more prepared for like internships in my second semester, and like also I'm taking like pretty like difficult classes in second semester, and like I feel like it might like maybe improve like my resume a bit, like if I can include them somewhere.
Yeah. So so one thing about writing your one thing about resume, like you're writing your resume too, right? If I'm in the middle of my first semester and I'm working on some cool projects, the projects might not be done till the end of the semester. One of my friends I already told him to do this, and he did it. Helped him get a job, but he was working on like a REST API, and it was only going to be done by the end of the semester. But the job he was applying to required knowledge of REST APIs. I told him just put it in your resume, write it in your resume like you already did it,
Uh-huh.
because
So
by the
like
time you start the internship, you would have already done it.
okay.
So
So
just
right.
like if you're in the middle of semester and you're working on some cool projects that's gonna finish in like 1 month or a month and a half, just put it on your resume. And when they ask you, be like, yeah, we're working on this. We're halfway done, but it's not fully finished. But I'm learning REST APIs. I'm learning like how to
Okay.
test REST APIs.
Right.
I'm learning object oriented. I'm working on this big project, learning GitHub. Like, have that on your resume. Don't worry about if you haven't done it yet, because
I see.
by the time you start the internship, it's actually gonna be a concrete, legit project.
Right. Okay, and also like I had like a kind of like a silly question as well, but like I don't really understand like GitHub that much. Like I know like from what I understand, like you kind of like upload your projects on it and stuff, but like I think it definitely goes like deeper than that, but like that's all I know so far, and it like seems to be something that's like pretty important in like the computer science like community, I guess. But like I was just wondering if you could explain it like a little more.
Yeah, it's not a silly question. It's definitely a good question, and people don't. Maybe it's good to understand, right?
Right.
So, GitHub or version control was just introduced for people so that they can share their code online, right? So you could
Mm-hmm.
think about GitHub similar to Google Docs, but so Google Docs, you put in a document, and that's the remote version. But everyone kind of can open up the doc, and they'll make changes to the doc, but then it reflects right away on like the one in the cloud, right? The one on the server.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
So that GitHub is almost like that, but it doesn't reflect right away,
Uh-huh.
right? So it's essentially used to share code, and you pretty much push your code into a server, and then other people can have access to it. So pretend we're both working on the same front end website, right?
Yeah.
So we're gonna create a repository online, and repository is essentially just a folder where we're gonna store all of our front end code, and then I can work on that project on that repository by myself, and you can work on it separately. And as we make changes locally, but it won't reflect online yet,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yeah, I understand.
But the reason why it's not reflecting online is just if we the, there's some version controls, like if you wanted to make it do that, you could, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, we don't really want it. It doesn't really make sense for it to just keep pushing that often, because you
Yeah.
usually want what's online or what's on the server or what's in the main repository to be a stable version of the code, because usually
Okay.
what's in the repository is what gets deployed to users.
Right.
So what GitHub essentially is it's just managing, or it's just allowing people to share their code online, but it's a version control system as well. So it's also tracking the different, as you keep pushing stuff to GitHub, it's also tracking the different versions of your
Okay.
code. So if, like I mentioned, we always want a stable version of the code. If somebody pushes to the repository and it's not stable, since it's version controlled, we could always revert or go back to a stable version, because
Mm-hmm.
it's maintaining like sort of a history of the code, and you could also view how it changes over time. So it's essentially like Google Docs, but more specific to code, and it has features that are more specific to programmers. Does it make
All right.
sense? No.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Thank you. Okay. And
So
also
it just allows people to collaborate on code, and then there's so
right.
much things that you could expand on it. But I think the main thing is just being able, that you should start off with, is just being able to create a repository online, and
Yeah.
then like push to it from, like pull it locally, like clone it locally, they say.
Mm-hmm.
Make changes, commit changes, and then push those changes locally back up to the server so that other people who are on the repository can see it.
Okay. I was also wondering like um Oh, wait, I wrote it down somewhere. Yeah, I guess I was wondering, since I'm applying as like a incoming college student to these like first year programs, will my resume just include all of like my experiences from high school?
Like, what experiences do you have from high school already?
Well, I like am doing an internship already this summer. It's like sort of like software engineering, but like I'm working like with a startup and like I'm like what's it called? I'm gonna do like some software engineering stuff. So I was definitely considering adding that. And I mean, I don't know. Like I actually haven't even really done any projects yet. Like in all of my like high school CS courses, usually the teacher will like send out like an assignment and we'll like turn it in by the next week. So I haven't really done anything that's like too like long term. I did do like I guess like for my data structures and algorithms final project, like I did like some front end and back end thing, but like I don't feel like it's that relevant at all. Like I feel like it's not very like relevant and it's also like not very challenging. So I don't know like if I should include it or like if I should work on other things over the summer and then try and get those done before I like actually finalize anything with my resume.
Yeah. So for your resume, make sure that you structure it in this following format because you're just starting school. I mean, have your education. Are you going to a good school? Like a pretty good school?
I mean I think it's okay.
Okay. But yeah, just say your education, then talk about your projects. Or since
Uh-huh.
you already have experience, what I would do is I would do my school, my experience, because you actually have some experience,
Yep.
projects, and then like skills and technologies.
Okay. And then skills and technologies would just be like coding languages I'm good at and like
Yeah,
uh
frameworks, databases.
all right. Um and I know this is like a pretty general question, but like do you have any like project suggestions or like anything I can do? Like I don't really know how to like approach like starting a project and stuff.
Yeah, I answered this for the other guy. Let me grab it.
Uh-huh.
I'll send
I mean,
this to you too.
I feel like when I have like an idea of like what I actually want to do, like I think it'll become like much easier. But like as of right now, like I don't even know like really what like I want to even like what the project will even be. Like I don't know. I'm just kind of struggling with like thinking of something that like I'd want to like actually solve or like something I'd want to make like a program to like handle.
You know, like the lowest hanging fruit is just building your portfolio website. So build
Hmm.
a portfolio website using a front end like React.
Yeah.
Have some sort of back end, maybe some database.
Hmm.
So build some features that maybe they can ask you questions or you can anything that involves storing data. So have a front end and a back end. So I have a list here of what your project should include. It should include a front end, a back end. You should host it on something like AWS, like the back end, and then you should deploy your front end so that people can actually interact with your front end. And that's kind of the full stack, like being able to work on the front end, being able to work on the back end, and then
Right.
being able to actually take your project and have it viewable on the internet. I think that's the main things that you want. Every project is gonna have these components, and then
Right.
probably just find out a project that you're passionate about, that because this is gonna take you time. Maybe find some problems that you have that you want to solve, and then solve it.
Okay.
That makes sense so far?
Yeah, I understand it. And then I should ideally like start this like before I like actually start like applying to internships.
Yeah, like I would just start projects as soon as possible.
Okay. So I guess like do you think I should like prioritize like lead code over projects or like projects over lead code or like probably equally?
I would prioritize. I would say 60-40, 60-40, 60 as in I'd work on projects, and 40% of my time doing lead code.
All right, perfect.
Because projects help you land interviews, and lead code actually helps you pass the interview. But a lot of companies, they won't even ask you lead code questions. They'll just ask you practical questions. So if you can't even solve if you don't do projects, you won't be able to solve those practical questions.
Like practical questions, like about like languages or like about my projects or something, or what?
Yeah, they might ask you, what's a SQL join, right? Or like, how do you host a front end? What's Node.js?
Okay.
What are like some backend frameworks? What's a REST API? So this is all things you learn once you start doing projects.
All right. Okay. And like, actually, you know, I think this is probably good enough for now. I think when I start like doing my projects and like start working on lead code and like probably after my internship, I'll probably make like a resume. And then do you mind if I like send it over to you so you can review it?
100%, for sure. I got you, bro.
All right.
Thanks
Yeah,
for coming out.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
All
Sorry
right,
about
sounds
the
good.
connection issues.
No worries, no worries. Thanks for
All
coming
right.
out. Catch
Bye.
you soon. All right, see you. All right, that's a bunch of. We got more coding interviews coming up. We got 2 more people, but we're gonna take a quick intermission. We're gonna do a quick intermission. Hey everyone. So today I have my brother, CFA, John Peralta CFA.
Hello.
We're not beside each other right now. We're actually in different locations. Undo
Yeah,
that.
he's on the west coast. I'm in the Midwest.
You're in the Midwest right now, but yeah,
I don't know. Is that considered Midwest, like prairies?
I don't even know.
Do people know what the prairies are in
You're
America?
a mountain time, so I don't think Denver is considered Midwest.
Oh man, I'll send you a pic next time of the Rockies from the plane. You'll be like, it's real nice, honestly.
Okay,
I'll send it in a family chat or
so
something.
we're about to put this guy through a coding interview, like I do with all my candidates in this channel. Just give a quick introduction on yourself, little bit of background. How many lead code questions have you solved? Where are you at with your coding journey? Pretty much that, and then we'll find some good questions for you.
Sure. My educational background, I'm a finance major. I hold the CFA's Chartered Financial Analyst designation. I've done a couple roles in my career. I've worked as a financial advisor for about 4 years. Prior to my current role, I was working as an asset liability management analyst at a credit union for about 3 years. So in that role, I was pretty much managing like loans, deposits, and a bunch of finance stuff with that. In my new role, so I'm not really new. I've been 3 years working in real estate asset management. I got into coding about 4, 5 months ago, mostly Python, mostly vibe coding, mostly with AI. So mostly working with AI and then trying to build a equity research analyst that's AI based. How many lead code questions? Probably less than 40, honestly. Probably less than 40, I would say.
So you've been vibe coding?
Yeah, I'm a vibe coder. Cause yeah, like I obviously I've never ever I don't have a background in tech. I have a background in finance. I just got into tech for fun, really. Like I'm not really trying to switch careers or anything like that. I just kind of enjoy your content and I want to be on your stream from time to time. So I do lead code.
Okay, cool. So let's just work through a very simple question right now. So I'm gonna give you a very specific question and tell you to solve it in a specific way. I just need to see Your coding
What
skills.
model do I use? I'm just okay. What model do I use for vibe coding? I don't use I don't vibe code the same way as other people do because I try to learn as I vibe code, if that makes sense. So I don't use Windsurf. I've tried what do you call it? GitHub Copilot. I've I never really enjoyed it. What I do is I use ChatGPT to brainstorm my ideas, and then I take the code that ChatGPT writes, and then I put it into the terminal, refactor it. That way, I can learn a little bit as I use AI versus just like having AI write the code for me, hit. Hopefully, it works. Like I don't vibe code the normal way. Learn NeoVim. Oh man.
Okay. Let's get into this. So this
Okay,
is
yeah,
this is
let's
the
run it.
first prompt.
How do you even get into that?
Oh shoot. Let me send you the link. Give me a sec.
Send it to Gmail or whatever.
I'll send it here.
Not gonna lie, Amazon Q is terrible. I have an insider scoop on Amazon Q actually. Where'd you send that? Oh, Castle Ridge Rabs. Replit. I have to sign up for this?
Just sign in. So
Sign in with what though?
just regular email.
Okay, no, I got it.
You're a vibe
Is this
coder. You identify as a vibe coder or a real coder.
I identify as like a I don't identify. I identify as a hobbyist.
Alright.
I don't know if that's even fair to say, but I've definitely vibe coded my way through a lot.
What the hell is vibe coding?
What is vibe coding? I don't even know. It's just something that people complain about on social media, seemingly. Like they're like, "Oh, vibe coding, like it creates terrible code. There's gonna be peace out." Got to wake up at 3 a.m.
Okay,
But
work through this first question.
write a program that prints the numbers from 1 to 100, but for multiples of 3, print fizz instead of the number, and for multiples of 5, print buzz. For numbers which are multiples of 3, print fizz buzz. Bro. Okay, what's my approach to this? I'm gonna run a for loop for I in range length of for I in range 101, I think. Use the modulo function, like use a if, elif, else block or whatever it's called, and then the first if statement, if it's a 3 and a 5, I'll put fizzbuzz. If it's a 3, if the remainder is like not equal to 0 for 3 and 5, I'll print fizzbuzz. Then elif, if it's multiple, if modulo 3
Okay, wait, write it down.
is what?
Just write down
Write
the
it
notes
down.
here. Like what you're thinking. You're
Oh,
saying
I
a
can
bunch.
write at
Yeah.
the same time. Oh man,
And remove the AI help. It's down here in AI complete.
where's the AI help?
Bottom left.
Disable that.
Yeah, AI autocomplete. Remove it.
Is it good now?
Yeah.
No, it's still helping though.
Where?
It's helping me. Like I could tell it's helping me. Like when I print,
But it's just auto completing. It says print and it's showing the different options, right? That's fine.
yeah, it
It's not
says values. Oh, that's not
fine.
cheating.
That's not cheating. That's like auto. This is a regular autocomplete. And
Oh,
Paul's
man.
asking how much experience. Oh, Mahdi, how much experience? Like, not that
Like,
much.
pretty much little.
I mean, 3 to
none,
4
man.
months grinding.
I'm a
Like-
finance guy by trade.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
I'm a portfolio manager. I'm not a quant.
One thing I'll just say up front right now is like you said a lot. Like write it down. Like write down the notes when you're saying it. Like what you're gonna do. Like at a high level, just jot down some notes so
Okay.
so it's on the editor.
Okay, so I'm gonna use a for loop. Use a for loop.
Sure.
and then use the modulo function to determine if a specific number is a multiple of 3 or 5. Use else, if, elif, else code block to figure out what to print out of the 3 options, and then use an AND statement. Does that even make
What's
sense?
an
Is
and
that good
statement?
enough?
Use an and statement. Okay.
For this FizzBuzz, right? For numbers which are multiples of 3 and 5, don't I have to use an AND statement for that?
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and write out the code. I think it makes a bit of sense what you're trying to do here.
Oh man, if I was born 10 years
You're
earlier,
saying this
I
would
would
get
be
you in
way-
FAANG back in 2010.
Really?
There's been a lot of inflation of lead code skills, but
Dude,
go ahead.
finance is way worse.
Don't get distracted.
If I modulo 3 is not equal to, wait, if it's a multiple of 3 and I modulo 5 is equal to 0, return, or like I'm supposed to print it out?
Yeah, print it out onto the screen.
Print every single one?
Yeah. So we're gonna write a program that prints numbers from 1 to 100.
Okay. I just never ever did something like this where it doesn't just run. Like you don't return a list or something. I never really wrote this type of code before. Print is this how people usually do interviews?
Yeah, you're mocking one right now.
Dang. I modulo 3 print. What am I supposed to print? Is else. Oh. What's the chat saying? Am I getting roasted?
No, you're good right now.
Oh, perfect. Would this run?
Okay. Walk me through the code.
Wait. Print 5. Buzz. Else. Print I. Then I gotta put a 1 here. What the heck? Why is this linting? Oh. Okay, walk me through the code.
Wait. Okay. Yeah. Walk me through the code.
For I in range 1 to 100. So the way Python works is when you have a range, I don't know, like this is just how the range function works. It just doesn't include the last number. And then it always includes the first number. So this part just prints from 1 to 100. If I divided by 3, this modulo function returns the remainder of I divided by 3. If it's not equal to 0, it's like not, what do you call it? It's not divisible by 3. And then same thing here, right? So then you're supposed to print fizz buzz. And then I use the and statement that I was talking about right here.
Yeah. Okay. Why did you order these in this specific way? The statements.
Yeah.
What? Why? Why'd you order it in this specific?
I just ordered it because I just ordered it based on what I was thinking at the time. Like I just figured it would be hard. Like if I did if you say if I modulo 3 is equal to 0, it won't run the code block right away. Does that make sense?
Basically, what I'm asking is, let's refactor your code.
Like this it won't, like, if you don't put the and statement first, it'll only run, it won't check for the second condition of the and statement.
So you're saying it'll print fizz when it should have printed fizz buzz for that number?
Yeah, like if you don't, yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much. That's the reason why I did that first.
Okay, nice.
But really, I think I lucked out with that because I just put it on the notes, like you said, use an and statement, and then that's kind of what I went through first. But then looking at the code now, it wouldn't run, right? Because, like, for example, the way that I wrote it, elif I modulo 3, it would only run if, like, you wouldn't run the code blocks after that if it passed, right? And then it wouldn't check the and statement.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. No, good job. Okay. Now I want you to refactor this code, and I want you to return me a list where every index starting from, like, it'll be like a list of, like, okay, what's 1? 1 is just 1, right? Because it's not divisible by any of this. 2 would be 2.
Does my code even run?
I mean, okay, run some test cases on it. Test your code. Cool.
Okay. Yeah, do whatever you said you were gonna do. Or tell me to do.
It works. It works for sure. We don't need to.
All right.
Need to look at it, but, like, okay, I want you to refactor your code so that you return me a list of all the elements from 1 to 100, and it'll like, in the list would be the result. It would be like, this would be fizz. It'd be like 3, 4.
Okay,
you see what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
no, I know.
Buzz. Nice.
I'm just gonna not even put a thing in there. Answer dot append is Man, why are you typing so hard?
I'm writing notes.
Oh, that's what you do? Okay. Dang. I think I need to learn NeoVim so I don't have to be copying and pasting like this.
All right, that's my brother doing lead code. He's a finance guy, but he learned how to lead code. Okay, who do we have next? Who do we got next? Let me send a message to this guy. You tried to get your brother to learn, huh? The heck is that? Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's up? What's up? How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Let me see. Wait, can you say something? I think your voice is a little low. Wait, say it again?
Hello?
Still, it's like a bit. Could you move the mic a little bit closer?
Okay, let me try to.
Yeah, let me know when you're ready. I'm a little sick, so I'm taking a Halls. This guy did 600 leak code questions. The one that I have on now.
Hello?
What's up? What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better. It's better.
Okay.
You just might have to talk a little loud because it's you're talking a little bit quiet. But
I'll try to speak up.
all right. Nice. Let me start a video here. Cool. Thanks for taking the time out to hop on this mock interview. Could you just give a quick background on yourself? Maybe how many questions you've done, where you're interviewing for, and then yeah, that could set the stage of what we want to work on here.
Yeah, I did like about 600. And then I'm a rising senior at Vanderbilt.
Nice.
I actually got an Amazon internship, so I'm doing that right now.
Nice.
Yeah, but I only had one internship, like one interview, this past like internship cycle. So I just wanted to know like how like prepared I am, I guess, for like in the future.
Okay. Yeah, you did 600 questions, which is quite a lot.
Yeah.
Wait, I'll send you the coder pad quick. Oh yeah, can you access the coder pad?
Yeah, let me. Okay, am I?
Cool.
Okay.
So, what companies are you targeting for? Do you want to work at Amazon Return? Do you want to keep working in FAANG companies, startups, or?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully I get the return offer, but I think I'm still gonna apply to like other companies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's just let me get straight into the question then. We're
Okay.
gonna. This is the question. We're gonna be given a string S and an array of string words. We're basically just adding the bold tag in the string. So you should add a closed pair of bold to wrap the substrings in S that exist in words. I'll give some examples of this. I'm just reading the question for the first time now too. So, but someone
Okay.
suggested this was a good question. So I mean, I'll let you read it and then figure out. Let me know what the question is asking here. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. Go ahead.
Um. Okay. Okay.
So I think we're just given a list of words and we just need to bold those specific words. So we're given an S, and then return back the output after we bold the words. So it's telling us bold A B C and bold 1 2 3, and then essentially that's what we're doing here.
Mm-hmm. Wait, so for the second example, AA appears as a substring 2 times.
The second example is a bit weird, but it's basically saying just you pretty much have to bold all the letters here.
Right. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Mm.
What are you thinking so far?
I'm still like trying to understand how the second example works. So is it saying like essentially like we want to do um like as we iterate we want to bold this because it's in words,
Mm-hmm.
and then we also want to bold like um this also needs to happen because uh so if we have like AAA, then what? Then we would get
Yeah, bold.
and then we have to like essentially merge these two to be one. Um
See.
okay.
Oh yeah, basically it's saying A appears in the substring twice, right here and right here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why all of this is bold, right? And then B appears in this one 3 times. It appears in B, this one, and this one.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially that's like it makes essentially what happens now is like
Yeah.
the whole S is actually bold.
Mm-hmm.
it wants us to just simplify it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, let me think. Hmm.
Hey everyone, welcome. Sorry, you still here? Sorry, I never heard you. Would you cut out? Oh, okay.
No,
fine.
oh, wait,
I was just thinking.
I'm
Sorry
still
about that.
thinking, but wait, I'm not. Wait, I don't.
Do you not
Okay.
understand it, or
No, I understand it, but I'm just like I'm not exactly sure how to approach it, I guess. Um. mm, mm.
like what are you thinking through your head? Like what are like some of the options that you thought of so far?
I mean, I guess like we iterate through the string,
Yeah.
and then um, like it essentially like simplifies to if this string can be built using um like whatever substring can be built using these words needs to be bolded.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but um like AAA can be built using AA. So this whole thing needs to be bolded, but I'm not exactly sure how I would check if like a substring of S can be built with these words. Uh,
So how do you check if a word is even in a substring or a substring of a word?
if like the words
Well,
here.
let's just do a very basic case then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how would you do example 3?
Well, I think we can do like iterate through S, and then wait. I mean, since we know this word has length 3, we can have like a sliding window of length 3, and then if it matches, we know that word needs to be bolded. How long is the words array length?
How long is the word's array length? It could be up to 100 words.
Up to 100 words, and how long? What's like the limit for the length of each
Like,
word?
let's not worry about that part. Like, it
Oh,
won't
okay.
really affect it. Let's just get something working. So how would I, if I had a word, how would I check that word against the S? Are you seeing a sliding window?
Yeah,
And then what?
and then as you have a sliding window of 3, if it matches the word, then you need to bold that word, essentially.
If it was like, okay. Like, how would you track what needs to get bolded? Like, pretend we had ABC, ABC here.
Um,
I mean, it makes sense,
I
right? Like,
guess, I guess like if like as we have the sliding window, and then if that window is equal to the word that we're currently going through, then we track the index, and then we know at those indexes we have to insert those tags. And
so how are we checking the indices?
because like we're gonna iterate through the entire string, right? And then we know the length of the word, so we make like since this is length 3, we would do something like I guess like just word for now, and then n is like the length of the word, and for I in range minus n, we can do the substring is going to be s of I to I plus n, and if the substring is equal to word, then we track the indices. Indices I and I plus n. And this will tell us at which location we need to insert the tags. Mm,
For iron. Okay. What is this giving us?
this should give us like the indices where we need to insert the tags. Let's see.
Thanks. This will, that we need to insert the tags. Okay.
Yeah.
And then how do we build up the final result?
Bless
Yeah.
you.
I'm sick. What the hell? I think you're moving the right direction.
Uh,
You're moving the right direction.
okay. Okay, I think we can essentially do this for just all the words. I guess, or word and words. We do this, and then I think which like these indices represent like the pair where the starting tag is
Yeah.
and when the ending tag is. And I think the way it would work is if they like if two like I guess like these like interval of indices overlap, then you combine them to be one.
Mm-hmm.
So after we get all the places where we need to insert the tags, we sort it.
Sure.
And then we, I guess, iterate through these indices and just merge all the intervals that overlap. So so we sort them by like the beginning, and then I guess like final, and then for current. Wait. We let like the current, I guess. I'm not sure what to call it, but we just keep like a current, and this will be indices 0, 1. So this is like the first ending tag that we have. And for I in range interlen indices, we're gonna have if indices I of 1 is greater. Wait, no. The 0 is greater than
So
current.
it's like, what are you trying to do here? Like in this area right here?
I guess like merge all the intervals that overlap between these indices.
Mm-hmm.
So, if we have something like 2, 5 and 3, 4, we want this to become just 2, 5.
Okay. But let's just quickly test that this is even doing what we want. Like this the first part of actually building out the right indices here.
Oh yeah. Should I just run the code?
I mean, yeah, try it on a couple of test cases.
Okay. Oh.
So you're only getting 0 and 3.
Wait. It should be none of this. Wait, sorry.
Okay, dry run me the code actually here. Like don't just run it.
Okay.
Take me through how the algorithm's working here. Like yeah, just walk me through dry run the code.
Yeah. So since there's only one word, it's only gonna loop once, and then n is 3. So starting from 0, it will check like this substring, and then the length of n is 12, and then minus 3, 9. So it's gonna run up to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's gonna run up to here. So like I'm missing one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, pretend we don't have overlaps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now rebuild me the final output.
Okay. Then we
Just to
do
solve this specific problem. Just to solve
yeah.
this specific case.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking? Wait, are you still here?
I'm not exactly sure how, I guess. Uh,
Like, what do you mean you're not sure? Like, what part are you thinking about specifically?
like we would have to make the tags based on the indices that we have, but um, okay. I think we can just do for or left, right, and indices. Um, or range. You can do res plus equals e plus s of indices I indices. I have 0, I have 1, and then close it. And we also have to add these I plus 1, I have 1, 2 indices I plus 1 of 0. And we loop it to here. And then we do
So you're indexing S between these ones. What's happening here? Okay.
like we want to add, like we have 0, 3, and 9, 12, so we want to add like x through 3, like just to the result without these tags.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. This is not gonna work.
Why?
Because like this is gonna add like for this case, this is gonna add another like ABC. So like we need to check, we need a way to check if like it ends like for this case it will work because it's only gonna have 0 to 3. And this will make the tags, and then this is gonna add Okay, so wait, we add the tag for the substring 03, and then we want to this is
Like one thing you could do is like insert maybe like a -1 to -1 here to capture, like if x was here, right? To capture that edge case of like a to only capture these ones, and then have like x here. Like that. Here, I'll just give you a different hint. What if we could just like treat this like as a bool array? Where a bool array is we had an index, or we just had a bunch of basically false means it doesn't need to be bolded, and then true means it needs to be bolded. Right? So can we build a Boolean array of what needs to get bolded and just return that? Or first return that and then show me, like, first implement an algorithm that does that, and then maybe figure out how to bold based on which contiguous sequences are true?
okay. So for this example, it should be like true, 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 false, 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 right?
Yeah. It's like if there's ABC here, I just like each index represents a character, and true means that index should actually be bolded or not.
This should get the bool array.
Okay, let's print it. Okay, so now it looks a bit simpler, right? Like, how can we construct that into what the final result?
Okay, then we just do is this, and then I equals 0. File if for I is plus equals this is of I. Wait. Yeah, if and then file for I. We can do right is plus equals s of I, and then is equals
So if the bool array is equal to, you add a b and then okay, you loop over.
yeah. Yeah, I think it should work because if, like, for this case, if it's true, we add a beginning tag, and then while it is true, we just add the character, iterate through, and then we close it.
You're getting index out of bounds.
I guess it also has to be checked here that I is less than minus.
And return the res. Let's see. Okay, run it through some of the other examples. Yep, looks like it's working.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, looks like it's working. So yeah, how do you think you did?
I mean, I know I didn't do good. That was so bad.
I think the main thing is just I feel like you just had trouble taking the problem, which was complex at first, but just breaking it down into simpler question. So like the moment you saw that they're kind of overlapping, it tripped you out a lot.
Yeah.
So it's like that's why I was like, let's just break it down into something simpler. Let's not even worry about that at first. So just yeah, pretty much take the question and just try to simplify, try to work on an easy base case, and then work your way up. If you can't see it right away because you're completely stuck.
Yeah.
I think also you weren't communicating well, so you were pretty much just quiet the whole time. And it's you when we talk about communication, it's not just being like just keep saying what's on your mind. But when you're stuck on something, just let me know. Oh, I'm thinking about how to merge these. This is what I'm stuck on, and then think about it. Like you're completely silent for like long periods of the interview. Like in the age of AI, I might think you're just looking it up or something at this point. But I would say just communication. I couldn't tell what you're thinking. I couldn't tell what direction you're going in at all because you're just quiet for long periods of times. So I need you to like talk through what's going on in your mind. When you're stuck on something, just let me know that you're stuck. You're thinking about something. Otherwise, yeah, it's just long periods of time without communicating. So I think, yeah, you could improve on that portion, the communication portion. And you jumped into the coding without fully understanding your solution where you're gonna go. So I think that's all just part of the communication as well. So work with the interviewer to get a solution that works, and talk about where you get stuck. Talk about what you're thinking. You don't have to keep talking the whole time, but just need to communicate a bit more. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then you also had like a few off by one errors. So watch out for off by one errors of like the plus ones here. And yeah, you had a few off by one errors, and you're getting indexed out of bounds. So I would just watch out for the off by one errors. And then lastly, like this one thing right here, when you do res plus equals, this is inefficient because res right here is immutable, the string. So as you do plus equals here, it has to make a copy of res and then add the b to the end of it. And then all of these ones right here are creating copies of the string. So near the end, all of these operations are pretty much going to be O of n. So these.
Oh, so I should use a array and then
Yeah,
use a pen.
you should use this string builder pattern. If you create an array and then you just like append these.
Yeah.
And then finally you do a join at the end. That will save your runtime a lot there. So those are just some of the things.
I see.
Make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
Any thoughts on like the communication part, on like how you could get better at that? Like, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think I just have to communicate better. I just got stuck and I just bombed it. I don't know. It was.
Yeah, I think even being stuck, it's more just like, let's work through a simpler solution. If you're stuck, okay, I don't see right now how I'm gonna handle the overlapping. It's a bit complicated, but let's figure out a solution where it's not overlapping at all. And then build that out, and then I feel like you would have been able to get closer to it. But yeah, it's not an easy question, so I think, but yeah, I think where you could improve was just like breaking down a complex question to simpler questions and just communicating where you're stuck. Because I had no idea where you were stuck, so I couldn't give you advice. If you're like, oh, I'm stuck at this specific portion, I could have gave you a small hint, but you were just completely quiet.
Yeah. Oh,
No worries, man. Just keep grinding.
thank you.
All right. Good luck. I'll talk to you. I'm gonna hop on with the next guy.
All right.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
hopping on. That was good. All right. See ya.
All right.
Let's get the next guy on. Yo, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? What's up? How you doing?
Good. How are you, bro?
I'm good. Have we ran a coding interview before? Or no?
I haven't done an actual interview, but I think I like joined the stream or something one time.
Yeah, because you're familiar.
Yeah, I think you did like a resume review on me or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
wait. One person wants his resume reviewed real quick. Let me take a look.
Yeah, good.
Were you watching the last person too?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, they anonymize it. Uh, I would say you have so much white space. Drop this into make this a one-page resume. It's too long right now. Oh, okay, never mind. He just copied and pasted. Sorry. Let's look. I would. If are you you're a student right now? Or you already graduated. I would move the technical skills to the bottom. If you already graduated, okay, you didn't. Or sorry, yeah, I would move this technical skills portion to the bottom. And overall looks good. You have the links. Um, I would just improve the bullet points a little bit, but it's not bad. Basically, you could make it more results oriented. Like look for metrics that you drove on some of these, especially for the ones where you actually worked. Yeah, like this one. Honestly, what I would do is I would bold the achievements, not to the technologies. I don't care. I don't care that much that you used JUnit, but the more impressive thing is that you drove 100% test coverage. Like the technology or solid there doesn't really make. Or I think the metrics are the most important part. So and what I would do is I would have it like I would bring the metrics closer to the start. I would be like I forget the format of the Google one. Let's see. Or I shared it a ton of times here.
Yeah, that's the one you sent me.
Yeah,
Sorry for
accomplish
made resume.
X as measured by Y by doing Z. So, follow the advice on this. Have your bullet points like watch this video and try to mimic that. All right, let's get into some coding. Give me a sec. Let me take like a 30-second break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, let's get it. What's up? What's
All right,
up?
bet.
You
What's up,
ready?
man? Yeah.
All right, let's start this. What school do you go to again?
I go to A&M.
A&M, Texas.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice. All right, we'll start with you. Hey everyone, so today I have a student from Texas A&M joining in. Could you quickly give a background of what companies you're aiming for, maybe your current work experience, and yeah, like how many questions on LeetCode have you done?
Yeah, so I'm targeting quant. Probably not gonna happen though, so just really any like sort of big tech FAANG.
Uh-huh.
My current roles, I'm having my first internship this summer. I'm working at Capital One.
Nice.
And LeetCode, I've done like 150 problems, then Code Forces I've done like 200.
Wow, that's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So you're pretty good at like the math specific questions or no?
I don't know, it's kind of random. Sometimes I get really stuck sometimes.
Cool. All right. Let's just get into it. We gotta prepare you for quant, so I can't go that easy on you.
Yeah, for
I'm gonna
sure.
drop the first question. We ask 1 to 2 questions. We'll see how far you get. So this is the
Alright, for
first
sure.
question.
Where is it?
Oh, are you part of? Oh, I didn't send you the link. Wait,
Oh, no.
I'll send you.
Alright, cool.
Wait, there's a guy here. Oh, the last guy's still in here. The last guy.
Alright.
He's highlighting it. Let me ask him. I'll ask him to leave quick.
Oh yeah, is it also possible that I can do it in C++ or?
Yeah, you could do whatever language
Okay,
you
cool.
like. Okay, let's just switch it. So C++. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
post it here then.
Okay, cool.
Sort of like a classic question, but we're given an alien dictionary, and the order is pretty much unknown to us. But we're given a list of the words in the alien dictionary, and it's claimed that the well, I'll just let you read it. I'm pretty much just reading the
Okay.
prompt. Go ahead.
New alien language. Order it's unknown. Things. Just claim that. Sorted lexicographically. Okay. So this problem is basically saying like we're given some words. It's like an example one, like RWT would be a word.
Yeah.
And in every word, all the letters are sorted lexicographically. Which means like, so like in this case, W might correspond to like A, and then R would be B, and then T would be C. So then across all the words, what we need to happen is we need to make sure there's no like errors or like incidents where like I'm gonna just change, I'll change it back. But like
But you
say
said
like we had
within
like,
word.
yeah. So like, or like compared to other words, so like I'll change this back in a second. But like say we had WRT and RWF, like this would be invalid because R comes after W here, but in this one it comes before.
Well, the word, the characters between the words or inside the word is not sorted. Just
Yeah. Inside the word doesn't matter. I'm saying like across words, like, so like since W comes before R and T in this word, it has to come before R and T in every other word. Otherwise, there's a conflict. Right? I'm assuming.
if W comes before R here.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean the W is lexicographically higher than R though.
Let me read this. You're gonna.
Like pretend we had an array like C and A, and then we had C B. This is sorted in lexicographical order, but C doesn't mean C is greater than A.
Okay. It's saying each one of the. Okay, I see. Okay. I misread that. I thought it was saying the letters among each word. Okay, so each string is sorted like. Okay, so it's basically saying then. So like in this case, we know that T comes before F because we have WRT, and since both the roots WR are the same, and T becomes before F, then we know that T comes before F in the alphabet. And that also means we know like E comes after W, and we know R comes after E. So yeah, okay. So then across all the words, we need to see like, so let's consider like WWEER. So we know that has to go like, WER. And then when we like go look inside of each word, like this rule has to hold or else it's invalid. And then we can do that across all words. So then like ZX, because I mean these are one letter words, but Z becomes before X so that we know it has to be Z then X.
Yeah.
And then in this case we can see like ZXZ. So obviously like it should be ZZX for it to be valid. But because this comes after X, but this also comes before it, it's invalid. So I'm gonna just like, I'll just delete like this. Okay, so then, I mean, the brute force solution that like instantly comes to mind is like, we can kind of treat it like letter by letter almost. As in like I'm just like thinking, it's like we could think about like WWEER first and like try to rank those. And then like all the second letters like RR, RT, F. And then we can rank like what TF and then nothing and then T and then T and then T. So like this is just another way to look at it, I guess. So let me just think for a second. So maybe something we can do is think about like how each letter appears on a given like layer, if we want to call it a layer. So like, well, actually, no, I think an observation is like, you should only compare like suffixes after a given letter. So like, if that makes sense. Like, for example, like, we should only care about RT compared to RF. Like, I don't think we should care, at least at first, about like we need to compare because they both start with W, right? Like, if that makes sense, like,
Like yeah.
so then I'm thinking like, maybe we can try to like establish some order based on like we can almost just be like greedy, and you can try to establish some order based on like we know like, okay, RT and RF like have to come after W. And then later on, maybe if we see like a
Well,
discrepancy.
why does RT and RF have to come after W? Like I mentioned before.
Or wait, no, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, I keep mixing that up. Okay, so, or rather, what I'm trying to say is like we can only extrapolate things, in this case, about RT and RF. Like we can't like exactly what you're saying. We can't really compare like RT to ER here. We can only know that W comes before E. if that makes sense.
Yeah, we know W comes before E.
Yeah. So then,
But why are we comparing RT with RF? Like, why do we care about the R?
so I mean the R is the same here, but like I'm saying like we can only draw rules like inside of like a group. So like because RT comes before RF, or in this case T comes before F, like we know T has to be earlier than F in the alphabet, if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
But like that this R being before the F here doesn't really tell us like compared to where this R is, like that doesn't really tell us anything, right? Like
Yeah.
or I guess it kind of tells us before T, but whatever. So then like does it give time constraints, or should I just like assume I make the best possible?
I don't know a brute force solution for this, but
Okay. So
like if you can get something though, right, it could be good too.
okay.
This is not an easy question.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna think for a second,
Sure, go ahead.
and then if I think of anything, I'll say it out loud. So like maybe you can turn it into like a graph problem. Like
What's the graph problem?
I'm trying to think like, so we know like T comes after F, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that has to exist right now. So if at any point, like maybe it's like cycle detection or something. So like we can come here and say, okay, because of how these strings are sorted, F has to come after T. So I'm thinking like an adjacency list. Like we say, okay, F is a child of T. And then at any later point, if we come across like, T has to be a child of F, then okay, we have like a problem, and we can output based on that. And then maybe we can iterate like back through this adjacency list and say like, well, if we haven't encountered a problem at the time we make an adjacency list, then we can just like go in order.
Okay, can you show me what this adjacency list is gonna look like?
Yeah, sure. So let me move this below the output. So I'm thinking like, well, it'll probably be like an unordered map. And so it's gonna be like T will correspond with so like in this case we would have T corresponds with F, and then like let me make this a little prettier. And so then from here we have like ER and ETT. So I know like T also has to be a child of R. And then like
R and T.
yeah.
Okay, because of this and this.
Because the R comes first here, that means T has to come after. So like when I'm saying a child, I mean it has to come after the alphabet.
Okay.
If that
Okay,
makes sense.
what about these? What about W and E?
Yeah. So I guess it's also like the same principles. Like W has to come before E. And so then, okay, I don't know if you like actually know this, but so if there are multiple solutions, return any of them. So like, let's think like, like disjoint sets. So like, let's say we have like W and E, right? Like we know W has to come before E, and then E has to come before R. Right, so like, right, so let's just write this down.
Wait, where does it? Oh, because of this.
Yeah. So then like, we kind of have like a couple disjoint sets, right? So like we have, E is a child of W, R is a child of E, T is a child of R, F is a child of T. I guess it's all connected right now. But I'm assuming there could be like, there could probably be some like disjoint sets. And so like, if there's some disjoint sets, we can just output them in like any order, right? So like, say we have like, I'm gonna write like a new example really quick. So say we have like, AB and CD. So we know like A has to come before C. Like all we know is A before C, and well, but then we don't know anything about B and D. So like in this case, would we just return like A, C, B, D? Like as long as A is before C, then it's a valid answer?
Yep.
Or would we return nothing?
I think we would return A, C, B, D.
Okay, or something like that. Okay. Yeah, so then in that case, yeah, I think like the disjoint sets kind of thing is like maybe the right idea, where we just try to like greedily go and say like, okay, like this node has this parent, this node has this parent. And if we come across like, yeah, an inconsistency where it's like, okay, maybe we have like ABC and like ACB, then our adjacency list would look like, okay, like obviously like we can't really know anything about A, but at first say we like iterate over this, we would say, okay, or if we go over here, we would say C is a child of B because the BC comes before the CB. But then we would also say that C is a child of B. So like this makes a cycle. And so then I think with
why C? Like,
or no, I guess it doesn't matter. No, wait. Okay. Never mind. I'm trying to think of a counter case to like the logic. Like, is there a case? Maybe there's never a case. Is there ever a case where like, okay, so like, we've established like it only matters among the same letters, so like, we should only compare like, so like in this case, so I'm just trying to make like more assumptions, like more observations.
could you explain your disjoint set solution, or how?
Yeah, so like, I'm just thinking off the dome, like let's just look at, I keep looking at this first example, but let's just think about WRT and WRF. So obviously like W we know comes, we can say E is a child of W, and then R is a child of E. So it goes like, I mean it's probably easier to draw it out, but it's like, right, like WER. And so this basically means like, based on this sorting right here, we know like E has to come after W, then R has to come after E. And so like later on, if we encounter like, you know, like a discrepancy, like we know that it's like an invalid sorting, we just return a blank string. So then like, we also have to look within like the same letters. So like, we have to look like at the W's, where we have RT and we have RF. And like, the R's are the same, so then we go down a level lower. And we have T and then we have F. So then we also have to say that F is a child of T. And then we can look within the E's and we'll say like, okay, like R goes to T, right? So like this. Or maybe it could be simplified to like T and then this, you know, this T loops back around and points to F. I'm just gonna leave it like this. And then we look at the R, and this doesn't tell us anything because there's nothing else with the same letter. So like in this case, all we have to do is follow a valid ordering where it goes WER, then TF, then RT. I guess in this case it only has one sorting, which is the WERTF, because this really simplifies to, you know, R points to T. Right, so we can like get rid of this. and then T points to F. Right, but does that kind of make sense how you go word for word, and then among the words that start with the same string, we take all the substrings, like the suffixes without that root, and then we compare those and like keep doing the same thing. And then we eventually either end up with this, or like somewhere along the way, we'll try to say like, so in this case, F is a child of T. In this case, we might try to say like, T is a child of F, and then that'll be like, oh no, that's inconsistent. Does that like general pseudocode kind of make sense?
Could you just explain at a high level?
Yeah.
So you're
So
gonna. So how
I guess
are
a
you
more
gonna?
abstract
Oh,
way.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I guess like a more abstract way is we're gonna go word by word, kind of like almost like a sliding window
Yeah.
of it start with the same letter.
Mm-hmm.
And then among those words, we're gonna look at their suffixes. So like in the RWT, RWF, we're gonna take just the RT and the RF. And then we're gonna look at those and see, you know, what if this was a T, like R and the T, right? We're gonna see like, what ordering can we get from there? If we just have all the same letter, we don't get anything. But then we keep going like recursively, and we say like, okay, what are the next suffixes, which in this case is T and F. So then out of those suffixes, since T comes before F, and then maybe there's some other words, but since T comes before F, we know that T must come before F in the alphabet. So we're adding F to T's adjacency list.
Like, hold on, give me a sec. I think you're going you're going the right direction when it comes to building a graph. But all we need to do is compare two words that are adjacent to each other, and we just need to capture things that that we know. We know that T has to come before F.
Okay.
We know that W has to come before E. Right, and so on.
Yeah.
Like from two words that are adjacent, how many dependencies can we find out from it?
Okay, so like, yeah, we don't really have to compare across words because, like, if we just, like, if we start like the second word and we just look back, then that gives us all the information. Because, okay, yeah, I understand that. So like at WRF, if we just look at WRT, we get all the way up to T and F being the same, and then we realize, okay, T has to come before F. That's all we get there.
Yeah.
Then we look at ER compared to WRF, and all we get here is, okay, E comes after W. Then we get to ETT, looking back at ER, and we say, okay, the E's are the same, but we get to R and T, so then R has to come before T.
Mm-hmm.
Then RFTT, we make it, and we look back at ETT and we say, okay, all we know is R has to come after E.
Yep.
So that's how we build the graph. Okay, I was having trouble figuring that part out.
And then
Okay.
that's all we know, right?
Yeah.
That's all we can figure
out. That's all we need, because I think you can just do cycle detection from there.
Well, cycle detection will just tell us if it's true or false. We're actually trying to return what the.
Yeah, well, I'm saying like if you just build the adjacency list.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, if you just build the adjacency list, or like adjacency list, then I guess you should use like DSU because like we need to know like all the different sets, because since we can return them in any order, as long as it's like valid within like its own set, then that's all we need to do. So we should just keep track of like parents or something, and then iterate through those. And so if we don't find a cycle, we just output each thing. It's kind of like a bad explanation. But say like, see, this is kind of like a weird example to explain it, because I don't think it always ends up being like I don't think it always ends up being like, they're all connected. Like this is like strict. Like it has to be WERTF.
Exactly. It
You know
needs to
what I'm
be
saying?
in that specific order. So I'm not understanding the disjoint set part.
Yeah, well, I'm just imagining an example where like kind of like explained earlier, where it's like maybe we have like like A, B, C, and then we have like A, C, D.
Mm-hmm.
So like from this example, we actually don't learn anything about the positioning of A. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
all
Yep.
we know is that B comes before C,
Yep.
right? Like that's all we learned about this, but we still have like A and D to deal with, and we don't know where to place them.
Yep.
But and like anywhere we place them is valid, but like we haven't actually like told A or D like, okay, you're before you're before B, you're before C, blah blah blah.
Yeah. We don't know. It's just, so let's just say just throw them in the back.
Okay, sure, sure. Um, so then okay, maybe I think what we can do is we can. Oh, whoops. Okay. So maybe we can just store like what letters we've seen. Just kind of like, so like in this case, I mean obviously it's output it like this, but we would store WERTF, and we'll iterate over each one, and we can see if it has a parent. If it's the parent, we can recursive. So if we're using like, well, we don't need to use DSU, but we need to know like what the current parent is, if that makes sense. Like we need to know like W comes first in this chain or something.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you this one thing.
Okay, okay, okay.
So, like, we have these dependencies, right?
Yeah.
So pretend we need to print out the first letter in the alphabet. It's like, what letter would that be?
That would be the parent, like the root of the tree, if we're thinking of it like that.
Or I get it. Well, when I'm looking here, these are edges, right? So I guess I
Mm.
would probably pick the one that has nobody pointing at it, because if
Yeah, that's why I'm saying like storing the parent.
mm,
Okay, yeah. So, okay, yeah, I guess it's fair. Like, if we track all the letters, then we can also have like a Boolean array of like, is there a node pointing to this one right now? And so then later when we're iterating through, once we find a node that has nothing pointing to it, we output it and everything in its adjacency list recursively, and then that'll cover all the letters. Yeah. Okay. So like that, okay, that's kind of like weird, but so like in this case, like let's just say W's that. We would go like here, right? And we have however many ones, and that's one too many. Yeah. And we would say like, okay, like W has nothing pointing to it.
yeah.
So we're gonna output W and then everything in W's adjacency list. So that would output, WRTF. It's just lucky in this case though. But imagine we had like,
I mean, okay. What if we had like T pointing to E though? We put W E, but we should it actually go W T E, right?
okay, I see.
Like for example, we did W and we just printed E, but then we put.
Um, so like maybe I need to think about it in reverse, like store the parents. Okay, wait, let me think. So if we have two nodes that are pointing to one node that they need to come before.
Well, like how do we know who the parents are?
Because basically like when we're adding a note, like when we're adding a letter to another letter's adjacency list, we'll mark off this node is no longer like a parent. Like the node that we're inserting to the adjacency list. We'll say like this is not a child.
Or I mean, like in general, in a binary tree, right? Like what is the property of a parent in a node? Like what is the root?
What do you mean?
Like what's the property of a root node? Like what makes a
Like it has no like
yeah?
it has no parents, like
It has no parents, right? It has basically 0 in degree.
yeah,
There's
yeah, yeah.
nobody pointing to
Okay.
it.
Oh, okay. Maybe we can have a count. Yeah, maybe we can have a count of like. Yeah, I guess the in degree. We can count how many nodes like have to be before it. And then, no, that doesn't even track it. Hold on.
Getting closer.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like we can track. Hold on, so the in degree. Well, I was thinking like you will just like output them based on their in degree, but I don't think that's correct.
Okay. Let's see. Let's just count the in. Pretend we just had a simple case where we just knew W came before E. So maybe W, E, W, or W, something like this. W, W, E, W, or T. This tells us that W comes before E.
And W comes before T.
Oh wait, that's not a good example. Let's see. Because basically what I'm saying is, like what, like it pretend we had a normal alphabet A before B, or in this case, right? W comes before E and T comes before E. We know that if we looked at the in degree, the W has 0 in degree, T has a 0 in degree,
Yeah.
E has 2 in degrees. That means W is a parent because it doesn't depend on anything. So if we had a result, we could just print W in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But once we put W in there, like this, we could reduce this guy to 1. It's like the
So it's like
a
topological sort almost.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I mean, it's a topological sort.
Okay.
Like, yeah, if you're familiar with the algo.
Yeah. Okay, so we're essentially like creating the graph in this way, and then counting the in degree, and then yeah, I guess I know how to do a topological sort. So the only thing like that was like stumping me is like I guess I didn't consider like the case of like I was thinking like too strict, like because you know if we have a random node, say we have WTE, but then say we just have like X and it's just at the end, it doesn't matter. Like we can also just output like X here, like X can come first,
It should
right?
be the
Like,
first thing. Like,
yeah, it could literally go like anywhere. Or no.
not really, because if it's at the end, that means
Well, I guess yeah.
it might be like there's somebody gonna be depending before it. Like the first.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I guess that's fair.
Like if
I
we
guess
just
that's
do an
fair.
X here, then we know R comes.
Then we
before
know it
X.
has to be after R. Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So then yeah, it doesn't have integrate of 0. Okay. That's why I was mixing it up. Okay. So I think in that case I can probably start coding then, because
Sure.
it's just
Go ahead.
topological
Yeah.
sort.
Or wait, just
So there's
walk me through your algo
a
then.
lot of
Like
yapping. Okay.
you're gonna do a
So
topological sort, like or how do you do a topological sort? I just need to make sure you.
I'm just gonna use DFS in a stack.
Okay.
So essentially what we do is, so we're gonna go through and do the thing I was talking about where we look at the current word, look at the previous word, and you know, label like So like in this case, f is a subchild, or it's a child of t, and now we're gonna say f has n degree of 1. Then we're gonna go to ER. We're gonna say, okay, E is a child of W, E has an n degree of 1. Then now we're gonna go to the next one, and then we're gonna say T is a child of R, T has an n degree of 1, and so on and so forth. And now we have the n degree counts, and we have our adjacency lists. And we're gonna do topological sort, where we use DFS, and or should I just use? Wait, maybe I can just use. No, the DFS. Okay, the DFS one, yeah, the DFS one, you DFS until you come to a node that has no out degrees, and then you recursively push everything onto the stack, and then you just take it off the stack, and then that's your answer.
Take it off the stack.
Or like, so say we would, like in this case, oh whoops. So like if we do topological sort, we would recurse it, so on WERTF, we would, we start at W, which has an n degree of 0. We have to start a node that has n degree of 0. And then we would visit, or we would visit WERTF. And then once we get to F, we have n degree of, or we have no out degrees. So then our stack would go like FTREW. Because it doesn't the topological sort, if you do it this way, you start at the node which has, you iterate over every node and try to go from there with a visited array. Or is the other one Bellman Ford? That just might be easier.
I don't think Bellman Ford would.
Or
work here.
what's
Here, let's build the adjacency list first. Like, what would that look
Okay.
like? Could you just show me the algorithm of actually building this adjacency list?
yeah.
You could write out the code.
Okay. So then I guess we're returning string solve. Okay. So okay. Okay, so essentially just going through every word
Sure.
and then finding the first place where they're not equal. And then we know that I should also make okay. So for the n degree array, I might no, I'll just leave it at 0. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna go through each word and we're gonna say then
Like
so we're gonna have our
this is
current
to capture
strings.
all the words in the dictionary or the letters in the dictionary, or
Yeah,
set of
yeah,
letters in the alphabet, right? It's like,
yeah,
what,
yeah.
what if the word doesn't actually exist or the letter doesn't exist at all in anything we saw?
So you're saying like we might not be given like A through Z lowercase?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
like
saying?
A might not even be there. We don't want that as part of the output.
Oh, no, no, no. So like if the integree's, oh, okay, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I'll make it -1. I'll just make it -1 to show like this node was never even considered.
Sure.
So then I guess we can check. Then later we'll just check if the um. Well, I'm wondering if I should just use like a set of characters to know like which characters are actually like existed or like exist. So let's use a set. I have to include it. Okay. Okay. So this will be our characters, and then I'll also just use another unordered map. This will just tell us like what's the integrity of the character, and this will be from the set of characters, so it'll only be characters that exist. So 0, well, okay. So essentially we're going through and we're iterating our word or our iterator until either we exceeded the length, which in that case means that they have equal value. So like basically if I had two identical words, okay, let's say we have WA and we have WAA. Obviously like WA is always going to be lexicographically smaller than WAA because it's shorter.
Yeah.
So that doesn't doesn't tell us anything. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
So if it becomes greater than the length of either word, then you just like don't get any
Like
information.
this is a weird edge. Like what if we get this though?
Um,
What if that's the list?
I think that would just be an invalid case then, because it's not lexicographically sorted.
Mm.
Like, am I thinking about that wrong?
Yeah, that's invalid.
Okay, okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so then, yeah, we're also just doing it while they're equal, so we'll either know, so like we'll do a check, like, or I guess we can just write it out. If it greater than a dot length, b dot length, then we should just continue, because we don't get any information about the ordering of any letters, you know, because, well, actually, no, we need to check. Okay, we need to check. So, like, if. So we need to check if the iterator has exceeded the length of the first or the second, which means no of the same characters are found. But then we need, because we also need to still check if. Yeah, I guess it's fair. Yeah, because this is invalid, and with my logic, we wouldn't catch it because.
Basically, we just need to check like if there isn't anything invalid about them, but left is larger than the right one. That's an issue.
Yeah, wait. Okay, yeah, wait. Literally just if the left one. Okay, so I can literally just do it up here. So if. Okay, wait, yeah. So if there's no difference in letters, so like in the case of WA and WA, if the first string is longer than the second string and we reach this point,
Yeah.
then we actually need to just return empty string because it's an invalid case.
Yep.
Otherwise we just continue, I think. So like, so then. So then if, let's say we had like the other case where it's like WA and WA, then this is fine. We just don't get any information. And we just continue. Otherwise we have a case where we actually have to like do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
And so the letter in the second string, so in string B, is going to be, or wait. Wait, let me correct this syntax here. No, this should not be it. Okay. Yeah, so for greater than the first string. Hold on. I'll fix that later. But essentially, like. Sorry, I'm running out of time. But then for this last case, it's like, this is where we update the adjacency list and the end degree. So basically what we'll do is we'll say, well, let's first add it to the adjacency list. So we'll say adjacency list of a of it dot pushback. So we're just adding the letter from B to A. Then we're saying if end degree dot find the current letter equals, if you go to end, degree B of it equals 1, else. Yeah, so then we're saying like, if we've already assigned it end degree, then we just increment it, otherwise we set it to 1. And so this will go through, so I'm gonna double check this in a second, but this will go through each pair and look at the current one and the previous one, find where they're not equal, if they're not, and update the adjacency list in the end degree. And if the strings are completely equal, we'll just move on. But wait. Okay, so whenever it's invalid is when if it equals b dot length. So if we've reached the end of B and a dot length is greater than b dot length. So this basically means like A is a longer string and they're completely the same up until like the part where A is longer. It's like in this case. Then that means we have an invalid case, so we return the empty string. Otherwise, if A is at least longer, then we just continue because we don't get any new information.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then we update our adjacency list and everything. So does this like make sense?
Oh yeah, it's making sense. It just might take a bit longer. We're at 50 minutes now, so
Yeah.
You should try out the question.
Yeah.
What do you think about the question?
Strings, man. too slow at strings, bro. Too slow.
Yeah, I think you understood the algorithm. You're like working with figuring it out. This is a hard question. It's tagged hard,
Yeah.
but I think once
Squishin ate me.
you realize it's a graph, that was good. But I think you didn't realize it's a topological sorting question where you
Hmm.
need to figure out the things that don't have the. It's essentially like course schedule, right? If you know you have you seen done course schedule too, right?
Um, maybe a
Or
while
no?
ago. Maybe a while ago.
But like pretend I needed to take course CPSC 101 before
Oh,
102,
yeah. Done that problem.
and then I need to take like religion 101 before religion 102. So I just need to take CPSC 101, and then now that clears up CPSC 102. So I
Yeah.
can just so it's the same one with these ones, right? If W depends on E and T depends on E, I can print out W because it has no dependencies, and now it frees up. Well, I just remove one in degree of E, and then I basically just have a stack. Everything in the stack is something that doesn't have any dependencies at all. And as I
Yeah.
like so as I print them, I reduce all of the dependencies of their neighbors by one, because now that it's not a dependency anymore because it's now part of the like I've
Yeah.
already
So like,
outputted
was
it.
the DFS with the stack thing that I was gonna do? Was that
It
the
was
right
getting
idea?
close, but I didn't understand how you were gonna do the DFS. Like, how are you gonna push things into the stack or not? I think you would have just need to be more specific with that. I think
Okay.
it's just a topological sort. I would say that if
Yeah, I
someone
guess I
said
could do that.
DFS, I would think they're not going the right
Oh,
direction.
okay, yeah. I mean, like, topological sort with like, yeah, hold on, we're running out of time, but like, you DFS, you start from nodes that have the smallest. Well, you should have a node that has 0 in degree,
Yeah.
and you DFS from all of those nodes, and you push whenever you reach nodes that have no degree. That's when you push them onto the stack and you go backwards.
Honestly, topological sort is more like a BFS than a DFS
Okay,
because
yeah.
it starts at the top with 0 in degrees. Pretend we were just looking at a here. Let's go into the drawing. Pretend we
Well, because
had
there's
like
2 ways to do it, right? Like cons and
yeah. The way I was thinking is like pretend W or topological sort. If we had this right, it's more like a BFS, right? Like this one has no in degrees,
yeah,
so we print this one
push
out,
that to Q.
and then we like kind of or we remove the in degrees of these guys out. Now we push
Okay,
these
yeah.
ones into the queue. We'd use a queue, yeah. We'd use a queue. We'd
Okay,
push these
wait.
ones in.
So the reason I didn't go for this was because I forgot. So like in like a topological sort, do we push all the nodes that have in degree 0 first
Yeah,
to the queue? Okay, yeah. That okay.
we do. We push all the nodes with in degree 0, and then as we process them, we decrease the in
You
degrees
decrease
of
the in degree of the neighbors by
exactly by one. And
yeah.
if any of them become to 0, then we add them to the queue.
Yeah, I guess I need to review that.
Yeah, cool. All
Gotta get
right.
on the grind.
Don't worry. We'll
Yeah.
be back on this. We'll get you right for
Yeah.
your quant interviews. But I mean, you know how to. You
I've
went
just
the right
been.
direction.
I got lazy after I got my offer, bro. I'll be honest. You get back on the
All right,
grind.
man. Have a good night, man. Good
Yeah,
luck.
you too.
Yeah, keep in
Thanks,
touch.
bro.
All right.
For sure,
Peace.
for sure. See ya.
All right, chat. That concludes our. How long has the stream been now? Only 4 hours and 52 minutes. Alex, you're still in here? Yeah, only 4 hours and 52 minutes. Alright, I'm gonna go eat dinner. Yo, I've done like 12-hour streams before. I did a 12 hours of coding interview stream, so after you do 12 hours of coding, the only problem with me today is I'm a little bit sick. Like my nose is running. I'm sneezing every 5 minutes. Don't worry, I'm gonna kill 6 more minutes Let's review some resumes. Who wanted to get their resume reviewed? Listening to how's the P Diddy case? Let's quickly look. We'll do a fast one. Odd. Somebody gave it to me but no access. Look at this. Oh, you want me to explain the question? Dude, I just dipped. Let's see. Okay, there you go. Alex, have you tried this one? Let's go. Okay, I'll just explain it at a... Don't worry, man. Don't worry. Oh, crap. So we're pretty much given an alien dictionary. Dude, it's actually complicated. It's actually complicated, I can't lie. It's very, very, very hard to explain. It's very, very hard. Oh, I'm still recording. Let me fix that. So basically, we're given an alien dictionary that uses the English alphabet, which is A to Z. And we need to figure out how to order the letters, right? And what we need to do is essentially output the order of the alphabet. And our alphabet, humans, is A, B, C, D, all the way to Z, right? A, B, C, D, E, F. All the way to Z. Basically, what they're saying is we need to output their dictionary, like the aliens' dictionary, in that specific order. So we need to essentially figure out the order of the aliens' dictionary. And the way we do that is they tell us that we're gonna be given a list of words, and these words are actually sorted based on the rules. It's sorted lexicographically based on the rules of the alien dictionary. That means that if we follow the alien dictionary and sort these words, then we would lead to this words array. So that means if we assume this is sorted in a valid way, then we could start figuring out what letters need to come before others in the alien dictionary. So basically W and W, so we compare two words. WW, those are the same letters, so we can't do anything there. R and R, they're the same letters, but we know that T comes before F in the alien dictionary. Why does T come before F? Well, because if we sorted those words in an array, this one comes before it, right? So now we know T comes before F in the alien dictionary. So this is a more simple case. we know the Z comes before X in the alien dictionary, so we just print out Z and X. That's kind of the very... Mod, what's up? That's kind of like the very high level explanation of it, Stoic. I hope that makes sense. The can degree is harder to me. Also, the catch. Yeah, like if you're new to lead code, I wouldn't do this question because it's a hard question. I would start off with the easier questions. Start off with lexicograph. Yeah, if you're still learning it, you won't understand it. I wouldn't rush it. The con in degree is harder. Yeah, it's a bit tricky. It's a bit tricky. It's a bit tricky to solve it all in one go, but I would say if somebody in an interview got it 80% of the way, I'd be happy with it. All right, we're getting this to exactly 5 hours. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I'm gonna clock out and go eat some food, but I'll chop this up and drop some more videos. I was a little sick today, so but thanks for everyone hopping in. Next weekend is a long weekend. That means I'm gonna be streaming like crazy next weekend. All right, catch y'all in the next stream. Thanks for joining in. Peace.